Some traditions never change.
Some are still being written.
Every stride, every jump, every point matter.
Let's make history.
Welcome to Royal Hospital Chelsea for stage 10 of the Global Champions League.
This weekend, the Global Champions League hits London. There are few places in world sport where history and modern competition sit quite so comfortably together. Well, with all the traditions, entertainment, family fun activities together, and of course, the Chelsea pensioners here this weekend. But behind the fences, there are buildings that were designed by Sir Christopher Wren over 300 years ago. And alongside the Chelsea pensioners who still call this home, this is our iconic backdrop where we will be seeing world-class horses and riders, world-class teams battle it out for the win this weekend. But they're also fighting for crucial championship points, as this is the stage in the season that they're all looking for that crucial top four for the GC Riyadh playoffs. And one of those teams is Prague Lions, who are currently in the top four, and they will want to stay and remain in that top four. And I am joined by rider Niels Brunzils to talk all about it. Welcome to London, Niels. It's a bit hotter than we thought.
For me, too hot already.
Just tell us a little bit about why it's so important to be in that top four.
Yeah, the most important thing I think is in the championship if you can jump one round less. Like day one, if you are in the top four, day one you don't have to jump, and I think it's a big advance.
Tell us a little bit about the rest of the seasons. We're over halfway now. Has the team prepped the rest of it?
I hope so, because yeah, we had a few difficult rounds the last shows. It's time that we step up again.
Well, there are just two of you here this weekend, but you've got some fantastic horses. Tell us about that.
We have a very strong group of horses here, but it's like you said, I hope nothing happened with one of the two riders.
Tell us a little bit about the last few stages, because Paris, Monaco and Riesenbeck haven't been going quite your way. What do you think happened?
Yeah, a little bit everything together. In Paris we just didn't have our rounds and both riders in the same time, so yeah, that's clear. Then you are not in the second round. And in Riesenbeck we were a little bit unlucky in the second round, so yeah, but that's the sport, and we know we put everything together, and we hope to step up again here in London.
How are you going to turn it around in London?
We are motivated, and everything started with motivation. We have good horses here. Peter is in a very good form, so let's go for it.
The Cannes Stars are just behind you now. When do you start thinking or worrying about your top four space?
Everything is really close, but I have to be honest, it's not that I'm looking every show in front of us or behind us. We have to do our show, our rounds. We have to think about our horses, and of course we have to ride very well, and with the horses we have here it has to turn out well.
It's such a long season. How do you mentally stay so focused?
Yeah, I think that's our job, but that's the first thing. But it's like you said, we have a very good group of horses, and the good thing is we can swap horses, we can make a very good planning in advance, so that's important.
I know I'm slightly talking negatively of you wanting to stay in the top four, but actually there's a chance that you work your way up the rankings as well, because the competition's so close now.
Yeah, let's think that way. Everything is, like you said, everything is possible. We can step up in London, but of course, if you can step up, you can also drop down. So
you've jumped here in London before. Can you give us an idea of how special this backdrop is, how special this arena is?
I'm a little bit scared to say it, but London is my show a little bit. I had 3 podium places already in London. We are always good with the team here. I hope it stays like this.
Listen, good luck for the day. We know that our riders are so competitive when it comes to being in the arena, but what about being out of the arena? Well, yesterday I took 3 riders from our top 3 teams, which was Riesenbeck International, Basel Cosmopolitans and Istanbul Warriors, and I took 3 of them and put them through a few other challenges.
Whatever this is, what is this actually?
It's perfect.
There's a big debate across British people about how to make the perfect scone. I would like you to make me what you think is the perfect scone, and you may chat amongst each other if you'd like to, but I will be judging them.
2 things, so it can't be that complicated, can it?
One side, jam.
Yeah.
Germany, you call it butterbrot.
I put it on top instead, like this.
So if you don't have different ones.
And then you just smash it on top. and turn it around so it's on the right side, I would say. That's a perfect one.
Doesn't look perfect.
Not the right one, something.
I can announce quite quickly, actually, who the winner is. And that will be Max.
Perfect, huh?
It's perfect. You've done technically a Devon scone, which is cream first, jam on top. My favourite way as well. Henrik, all I can describe is that you've made a burger with some jam in it. But I applaud your effort, and well done to Max.
Thank you.
Good job, buddy.
In front of you now, you have a cup of tea and a cup of milk, and then you have your glass. I would like you to make me the perfect English cup of tea. Off you go.
Nearly too much.
That's not.
Can you give it all a bit of a swirl around? Be cold.
It's perfect. Mine is perfect.
I can confirm that I believe the perfect cup of tea is Henrik's tea. Lovely colour, consistency. Marlon, your glass is only half full, which is depressing. Max, the way you poured it upset me so much.
It's a little too much milk.
It was a bit much. But Henrik, that's a stunning, nice colour, spot on.
Even if I wouldn't drink it like that.
Round 3, this is the hand-eye coordination game. Let's see how fast our riders' reactions are. Henrik, you're up first. Ready?
Yeah.
Go. Go.
But is that allowed to go down like this? I mean, then it's easy.
You've got to get it.
Ah.
So what? 3, 2, 1, go.
Gonna get known.
At least the last one.
Known.
Which one did you expect that it's gonna fall?
Fourth and final round, we now have question and answers. It's all about GCL, so you should be absolute experts on it. First question, who won the London GCL last year? Henrik?
Riesenbeck.
No, incorrect.
That was the Iron Dames.
No, there is a very top British rider on this team.
Shanghai Swans.
Smashed it. Which season of GCL is this?
I did the first year.
When was it? Then we can.
Trying to think now. Is it the 10th one?
He's finally got a point. Woohoo! You will all know this. How many riders make up a GCL team?
6.
Long arms.
And finally, this year, how many teams qualify for the playoffs?
15.
For the playoffs?
If it's not 15, then it's 14. And so
No, it's 16.
16, of course. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, it now comes to crowning our champion of our competition here. And Marlon, it's not you.
I know.
It is not you, sorry. You didn't start very well and actually didn't get much better throughout. Henrik, congratulations. You pulled it through into round 4.
Thank you very much.
You are the winner. Well done. That is it for our team challenge for our top 3 teams currently in the season. You do win the trophy. However, I actually need to take that trophy back because this is the trophy for the Global Champions League. So you actually need to win this. So yeah, thanks guys. Well done.
Well, as you can see there with the challenge that Henrik von Eckermann did win, but he also has a great chance of winning with the team today because he brings in King Edward and Abdel comes in with Bon Ami as well. So what a fantastically strong team. As we've been talking all about mid-season's transfer, I've got Mark McCauley alongside of me who has joined New York Empire, who are currently 8th in the standings. Lovely to have you here in London, Mark. What's it been like to join the team?
Yeah, it's lovely to be here. It's been great. It's It's been a year and a half since I was last part of the tour, and it's great to be back, and it's exciting times, yeah.
You were part of Madrid in Motion for so long. It's been so lovely to see you back part of the team. I know you haven't jumped for them quite yet, but you might be coming in for round 2 today.
Yeah, we'll play it by ear. We'll see how round 1 goes, and hopefully I'll get a chance to contribute in round 2.
Must be very different going into a team during the season as well, to come in mid-season. What has that experience been like for you? When did you know about it?
Yeah, of course. It's different than starting the year with the team. But look, it's a great team, New York. Some great riders on there. Dennis, Scott, a lot of experience, and they've been very welcoming. So I'm looking forward to it.
Has it been very different dynamics coming into this team compared to your previous teams?
Look, every team is different, I suppose. I had a great time with Madrid in Motion for so many years, and obviously it's hard to change, but as I say, New York's a great team with riders that I really respect, so it's nice to be part of New York.
They're currently 8th in the standings as well, so probably middle of the ground at the moment. Have you been part of those team chats about tactics for the season?
Not really. I suppose I'll get a little bit more into that with them now, but yeah, they're kind of mid-table. Hopefully I have a couple of very nice horses now, so hopefully I can contribute to maybe moving up the table a bit before the end of the year.
Well, coming into round 1, we've got some really nice horses. We've got Hello Jefferson and Cordial as well, both 17-year-olds, which is actually quite old but unbelievably experienced. I mean, Hello Jefferson in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. Two Cordial and Hello Jefferson are 2 superstar horses, and I mean, in this sport, I think age. The older you get, the more experience you get, and I think the same is for the horses. So as long as they're healthy and sound, I think a bit more age is only a plus.
Well, listen, it's great to have you on the team again, and we look forward to hopefully seeing you coming into round 2. I'll let you carry on having a look at the course, and I'm sure you'll be giving some advice to the rest of your teammates. Thank you very much, Mark. We're going to head over here because the course walk has now started. Now, I thought, who better to get to talk us through the course and to talk us through some technicalities than Mr. Technicality himself, Andreas Gau. Great to have you here in London. It's a bit warmer than we thought.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
It is rather nice. You've had a moment to walk the course. You're not jumping round 1. Your team have been fantastic this season. What are you making of the course so far?
I think it's a very nice course again. The individual class was very nice. Horses jump good in here. So I think we're going to see horses jumping great on this track as well.
Can we walk a bit of the course with you? We're going to start with the triple. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about why this in particular is so technical.
No, but he built a very nice start of the course for the riders. So for sure, many's going to open up their horses a bit also to get the time right. And then the first test is going to be these 2 verticals coming, because for sure after opening your horse up, 1, 2, 3, 4, then they really need to come back to you again and be sharp enough to jump these verticals.
And of course we've got a VIP and hospitality right next to us as well. These horses are so experienced now. Does that make any difference to them having the atmosphere?
Yeah, I would say for sure for a few. I mean, even in our team we have Harry Allen in now with a horse that jumps first time 5 stars on this level. So for sure it's going to be interesting to see how we cope with this ring. It is just different when everything narrows a bit in. No, I think, of course, many of the experienced horses will be fine with it.
Let's walk this next line then. So if we start at the end of the triple, as you said, you've got an oxer to 2 verticals in this triple, and then we've got a rather large oxer coming up. So if you can count and talk at the same time, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So as ever, when the riders are counting their lines, every 4 strides is 1 stride for a horse, and every single week we try and test our riders to try and count and talk at the same time, but it is very difficult. So Andreas is just marking out here how far it is to each fence, and then you can judge the exact strides that you need for a horse. What is that then?
Yeah, I think, you have in direct the bending line, you have 34 meters. I think for most people it will be a little bit outside 8 to secure a little bit. Many horses, hopefully for the riders, going to back off a bit coming out. For the horses that's going to shoot a bit, it's going to be a big risk to have a mistake coming out. For sure, maybe a few big strided horses. If I had dark jumping in this round, I would maybe do a 7 down here, but I think the safest choice for many riders will be outside 8.
And have you walked the course with your riders today?
Yeah, we have walked, yeah, and hopefully, okay, they're experienced guys, so they made their own plan. They know their horse as well, so we have trust in them.
Let's have a little look at the next fence as well as we come through. But just tell me how often it is that when you're in an arena, you've obviously got a plan to go with. How often are you changing that plan mid-round?
I would say on this level it's very rare. Of course, sometimes if you know after a mistake that you then need to shapen up on your time, then you would maybe change and go a bit more inner lines or so. But otherwise, on this level, it's so important that you stick to your plan, because most faults happen when you're not following the plan you made beforehand. And most riders at this level, they know their horses so well, so they know exactly where to put them and where to go a bit inside or outside. So it's very, very important to just stick to the plan you make.
Let's have a look at the top rail of this fence, because actually this is quite disconcerting because it's the same colour as the arena.
Yeah, exactly. I think after the little bit waiting 8 maybe, I think he for sure wants people again think about the time moving up, and as you say, rather tall vertical, same colours as the ground. You know, this for sure a few horses gonna tap this on the way.
Can I put you on the spot slightly? How many clears do you think we're going to have during this?
Oh, I think we're probably going to have 12 clears, I would say, today.
Lastly, how proud are you of yourself and the team this season? Because it has been such a remarkable season. Obviously, you're off the back of a win in Riesenbeck as well.
Yeah, of course, very proud. I mean, we try to work together as a group. We have great riders, we have great horses, but of course everything has to come together. Last season we had many times nearly. I would say this season we were a little bit more organized in time, and everything comes together. So it's been a great time.
Mr. Andreas, as ever, thank you so much for coming to walk us through the course. That is it then. The course is now closed, and it is time for the GCL of London.
London is a city where history and modern life are never far apart. Welcome to the Global Champions League. The River Thames cuts through this amazing city with more than 2,000 years of stories from Westminster and its royal landmarks. You can look across to a skyline that is constantly changing. It is a capital of culture, commerce and sport, unmistakably British, genuinely international, and once again it is the centre of the show jumping world. Welcome to London. Our stage is the South Grounds of the Royal Hospital in Chelsea, founded by King Charles in 1681 and famed by Sir Christopher Wren's architecture, and is still home to the beautiful Chelsea pensioners. More than 3 centuries of military tradition provide us with one of the sport's most distinctive arenas, and an arena we've been competing in since 2017. It is an extraordinary setting for the Global Champions League, and we've seen some extraordinary results. The Shanghai Swans are back to defend the title they won it in 2021. Istanbul Warriors, of course, third as it stands this year. Previous winners just 2 years ago. But 17 teams, 34 combinations facing this 160-metre round. And of course, only the leading 10 will go forward into tonight's final. Well, the standings overall, as it is at the moment, Madrid, of course, open with that clean sheet. 6 different teams then have gone on one stages, but Risenbeck, with their back-to-back 3 straight victories, pushed their way to the top of the table. But Basel pegged them back with their first ever win last time out. It is a tight table at the top, and of course, all the way through, only 16 will go to those finals in Riyadh. It is a phenomenally tight series once again this year, and this is the first of 6 legs through to the finish. Well, let's have a little look down on to the arena floor. The course designer Ilyana Vitsani has set this track out in this beautiful arena that sits snug into the footprint of the Royal Hospital Chelsea. And the track today, 12 numbered obstacles, 15 jumping efforts at a height of 1.60 m. It starts in front of the Royal Hospital. That opening line certainly getting them going, opening them up over 1 and 2, and on this big wide open turn back to fence 3. The widest at 155, but it's still enough for them to think about coming off that corner. It's certainly tall when they get down to the Longines fence at number 4, and having been opened up and moved forward and up through the gears at the beginning of the course, they really need to be thinking and getting into control as they come into the focus of the combination. Right in front of the hospitality, it's 150, that front rail 160 wide as they go in over the first part, the parallel. 2 strides at 11.60 meters, then the upright at 5B, again standing at 1.55 meters, and a single stride needing control, needing precision, and needing plenty of power coming out at 5C, 8.40 meters, 1.60 meters. They'll probably go on an outside 8 to fence 6, maybe some of the bigger strides on that inside 7 as they come to fence 6. The taxis, though, quite a narrow fence, and then round and again, pushing on, opening up, looking for pace at the same time as they come to the half moons at fence number 8, which is a big wide parallel at 1.60 meters. It's such an important turn to follow. Push through the gears, move up and try to keep balanced. Again, it's a big wide stretch on the way in at fence 9. It starts 150 by 160. They're going to need to use all of their abilities and then balance through the 5 strides that follow to keep them down to the second combination on this course. 8.10 meters in the middle, but it's a 155 upright going in, and then it's a parallel coming out, 10A, 10B, 150 high, 160 wide. It's asking all the right questions in all the right ways at 10A and 10B. Still 3 fences left to jump. Quick off the corner, over the post box again, up to height at 160, and again to follow another big power test as the second to last, the GC fence. The last itself, one you need to be very careful with. The delicate, lucky for some, unlucky for others, 13 is the number, and that is your course in the opening round that this man has set up. Ilyana, back in London once again. The Italian course designer, one of the greats in the world of course designing, has this remarkable knack of offering the right challenge in the right way and bringing out the best. Well, let's have a little look at the start list as we can run through. Of course, Scandinavian Vikings to start us off with Laura Scheiber and Johann Sebastian Gulliksen, 16th overall, trying to stay ahead of Rome. Then on to the Saint-Tropez pilots, Nadia Peter-Steiner, Gian Sadran, and looking to try and add to the wins this year. On the podium here last year, the Mexico Amigos, this year with Zoe Hank-Conter and Carlos Hank Guerrero. The Rome Gladiators, powered by Cavaliera Toscana, need points desperately, 17th and want to push up. Then on to Basel, and of course Harry Allen coming into the team, the Basel Cosmopolitans, second in the season. L'Histoire de Roy, powered by Marlon Zanatelli. Then we look to the Cairo Pharaohs, 13th in the season, third on their debut in Miami, Samuel Dehan and Annalise Vorsmans. Can Stars, powered by Anne Dame, Sophie Hidders and Catherine Eckerman. The Doha Falcons of Sheikh Al Khalidatani and Nathan Budd, 10th as it stands in the overall. And then Madrid in Motion, who this long-standing team, Michael van der Vleuten, to Bettendorf. Winners, of course, in Miami, and runners-up in Monaco. Then the leaders in the season so far, powered by Horse Gym, Risenbeck International, Max Million Weishart, Marco Kutscher. Then you've got the Monaco Aces with Gregory Cotard and Yoli Militeo. Onwards to the Istanbul Warriors, powered by Carpe Diem Equestrian Team. Third in the standings, Henrik von Eckermann and Abdul Saeed. The Riyadh Knights, Emanuele Gariano, Good and Petit. Then it's the turn of the New York Empire, powered by Lugano. It is Dennis Lynch and Scott Brash. They've been on the top of the podium together. Here, can they do it again? The Shanghai Swans, Ben Mayer and Christian Ullmann, looking for the Shanghai Swans' third win in London and defending last year. Prague Lions, powered by the Czech Equestrian Team. Fourth in the overall standings, Niels Brunsseels and Peter de Vos. And then last to go, of course, the defending overall winners from last year. Volkswagen United's Edwina Tops-Alexander and Gilles Thomas. So, what a lineup of horses and what a lineup of riders. It is truly outstanding. Of course, when it comes to that second round a little later on, they are in a position that they can swap things round. It'll come down to the tactics, what the teams think. They'll look maybe to change riders. They'll look maybe to change horses. That will all become apparent as we move on. But to get there, you've got to get yourself into the top 10. What a season it has been so far. Risenbeck lead as we go into today. They, of course, have that 15-point lead over Basel and 20 over Istanbul. Well, what will be the result here is sure to have a big effect on the season going forward. This is the first of 6 rounds. We're just well past now the halfway point, and it's getting all important to put those points on the board. The top 4 teams, of course, at the end of the season will get that direct qualification into the semi-final at Riyadh's finals, and then only 16 teams going through. There's a bit of a battle at the bottom as well, but that all to come. And now let's kick things off with the first of the teams that are in fact in 16th in the overall orders, trying to make sure they stay the right side of the line when it comes to the Supercut. It is indeed the Scandinavian Vikings. They're starting off with this duo of Lara Kibra and Shotgun, and then Johann Sebastian Gulliksen and Cornello. Now these two know their team have got a bit of an advantage over the Rhone Gladiators who sit below them. They've been looking to try and put a few more points on the board in the last few rounds. Averaged a season so far of position, about 12.5 in terms of their placings. But this is a trio with, of course, this mid-season transfer window also bringing in these riders, and Lara and Shotgun, the 10-year-old by Staccato Gold. Coming down to this longing upright, delicate little plank. You can see how this course, it opens them up at the beginning, and then you've got to be really careful. First part down. All the faults count. As narrow as that is, that front rail at 155. On the 8 into this 5-strided line down to the double at 10A and 10B. To just try and keep it to the 8. Keep an eye on the clock as well. 86 seconds is the time allowed. Going to run that pretty tight. Golden plank over the last time has come in, as well as the fences down. The French rider there starting things top for the Scandinavian Vikings. Shotgun and Lara Tiba there, then finishing on a total of 11. That's the first to go. So 11 for the Scandinavian Vikings. I think that first part of the combination, I think all parts of the combination are going to take an awful lot of care and balance. Well, yeah. Gulliksen watching on. Now it's the turn of Johann Sebastian Gulliksen next up. One of the Scandinavians' mid-season signings. sole Norwegian rider here in London. Coming on that inside bend. Riding here with his lovely 12-year-old Cornelo. He's certainly off to a good, strong start. Gets a little bit lucky, the back rail, taking certainly a rub. This is an important corner. Need to make sure you're nice and straight, setting up in, but not out on 4. Adds to the score. And the fence to follow. The global champions parallel, quite narrow in its width, but certainly not what they've got to jump as he turns up to the last, and the last goes down. Time is more than good enough as he in the end finishes on a total of 12:79.94 on the clock. And the first to go for the Scandinavian Vikings there. It's a team total of 23. It's a time total of 168.08 for Lara and Johan. 11 and 12, the totals between them. The Scandinavian Vikings in that battle to stay ahead of Rome, to make sure they avoid missing out on the Super Cup later this year. Perhaps would have been hoping for a little bit more. Frustration is obvious. They definitely wanted more, and it started really well, didn't it, there for Johan, and then just unravelled. But there you've got it, confirmation of 23 in 168.08. And any time's going to tell whether that is enough to push them anywhere near the 10 that go through to the second round a little bit later, as we turn now to the Saint-Tropez Pirates, the team that sit 11th overall, one of only 6 2026 stage winners this year, but they're still searching for their second podium after that victory in Mexico. They're starting here with Nadia Peter-Steiner, hugely experienced Swiss 5-star rider, riding today with clear round Il Mondo, the 10-year-old gelding by Comme Il Faut. Certainly off to a good start. There's no doubt in the ability of these two, or their teammate that's going to follow. They're certainly pushing on. Should remember the Saint-Tropez Pirates have also got Pier Giorgio Bucci here, who's already won earlier today, sitting out the opening round, but it shows they've come with strength in depth. Looking to put a big helping of points, could certainly rocket them up the big leaderboard by the end of leg 10. And that is a brilliant round of jumping, and the first of the clear rounds goes to the Pirates. Saint-Tropez, well done. Nadia Peter-Steiner, clear round Il Mondo, 83.95 on the clock, and the Pirates have the perfect start. And when you leave out the likes of Pier Giorgio, you've got to be pretty confident in the combinations that you're putting forward in this opening round of the Global Champions League on a day like today, and that has certainly paid off. Cracking performance. Well, can it be followed up? That's the question, because there's 2 in a team in this first round. And now to the French star, the 25-year-old Yassandra, and her beautiful Dexter de Caglen, former winner of the LGCT Grand Prix in Paris a couple of years ago. She's one of the leading young French riders, and now looking to try and follow up Saint-Tropez would be feeling pretty confident if they can put 2 clear rounds on the board at this stage. And boy, would that put a lot of pressure on all those teams that are yet to start. Down the line, halfway home, keeping a nice rhythm to the round, all important. Big, powerful jumper, Dexter. It's now 13-year-old stallion by my Lord Gadago, who's been such a long-standing partner. These two know each other rather well. Oh, what a cracking performance that was. The clock, though, says something different because there is a time penalty. How important, how crucial that may turn into. You can't really fault Giansandra's performance because it's a big course to go and jump, and once you know you've got a quick time up and a good clear from your opening rider, you feel that extra little bit of pressure that you've got to be able to follow and try and deliver the clear. But the time allowed today is something just to keep a little bit of an eye on. An 86.02. She's only 0.02 of a second the wrong side of it. Superb effort, but it is a 1 penalty score. It counts like any other. And when it comes to that second round a little bit later on, when you're trying to perhaps leave fences standing, you just never know. Well, good enough. For the moment, Saint-Tropez Pirates have certainly made themselves known and made a very strong start with, what have we got, 15 teams still to come forward. And as I said, the Pirates will be looking for a big helping of points today. That could well go that way as we turn now to another team that could also do with a big chunk of points to come from London, as they did here 12 months ago when they stood on the podium. It is the Mexico Amigos, currently sitting in 15th place. But back with us, a lady that was part of the podium last year, Zoe Hank-Conter, riding H5 Chaco Bani. And she helped deliver another podium this time round. Just the one podium so far this year for the team. It came in Saint-Tropez. That was their only top 5 finish so far this season as well. But when you consider there's 30 points for a win, they're still within 66 of Riesenbeck. Turning back. Zoe has been having a cracking form season. It's all been very consistent. We've seen that in the Grand Prix. Oh, no trouble, no bother, and well within the time, 83.51. Certainly putting the smile back on Zoe's face after the podium here last year. Boy, does she enjoy jumping in London in the Global Champions League, because Zoe Conter has found her way up and over each and every fence, and that run of consistent jumping this year just continues. H5 Chacofani has gone clear, and the Chaco Blue mare, the 15-year-old, is setting the standard. 83.51, the best of the rounds we've seen so far. And now it's the time for Carlos. Half the job done. These early clears certainly setting a very high standard. Carlos Ancarero, H5, Origi Horta. Can he follow up? Central to the team. Bringing a wealth of experience to every round. And with the H5 horses, always the Mexican with a great string in his stable. Just a little rub after the 6 strides. He's got a lovely big stride, this horse. By Casanova de la Pom, this 12-year-old gelding. It's looking good in terms of the split tyres as well at the moment. Just the one last fence. The time is certainly good. That is a beautiful round of jumping. 83.14. And Mexico making sure they're in the hunt for the podium today as they start and can do no more. It's a double clear. It's clear from Hank and it's clear. Sorry for Carlos and clear for Zoe. Cracking performances from both, and that horse has just got a lovely big stride. At no point did he ever really look like he was having to push. Super performance. Eduardo watching on, of course, there if required for the next round. We will see, but Zoe and Conter and Carlos Ancarero between them setting it up rather nicely. A 0 score in 106.65 for the Mexico Amigos as we move on to the team that certainly need to put points on the board. It is the Rome Gladiators, powered by Cavaliera Toscana. Not been their easiest season. They certainly need to try and play catch up with the Scandinavian Vikings. Try to get yourself into the top 16 teams is so important. They've still got time on their side this year with 6 rounds still, including today, to come. But they need to make the most of each of them. First in the team today is Luis Felipe Nito de Azevedo, the young Brazilian with Pandora Boyzet, the 10-year-old gelding by Presley Boy. Their best result of the season came back in round 3 in Shanghai with that 4th place. But it's been the only high on a difficult run. And that's not going to help. Just again, using these turns, you really can't afford to let your horse back off too much. Not only do you need the time, because of how it'll counter the competition, you don't want to suddenly fall foul of the time allowed later on either. Looks pretty comfortable on that side, 86. Up and down and over the last, just that one little error. Talk about judge the time. Absolutely on the line. It's not often you see that, but it is indeed exact to the time allowed. 4 penalties, though, is the score. Luis Filippo Nito de Azevedo starting things off for the Rome Gladiators, powered by Cavaliera Toscana. starting them on a score of 4. As a team, they've only picked up 17 points over the course of the last 3 stages of the Global Champions League. They could certainly do with a big round in a moment from their second rider here as Luis walks away. Just the 4 for him, but now it's the turn of Yali Kass, the Israeli rider. This young man has certainly been flying up through the order of world jumping. The young under-25 member of the team, the 18-year-old Yali, and Obra's Crunchy Nut, the 12-year-old gelding by Cardento. Nicely done. Just now maybe wants to move up a gear if he can. Keep that forward momentum on the turns. He knows he's got to speed up. They know on the side he's got to speed up a little bit as well. He's got to run the time tight. He's got a rhythm. He's obviously happy jumping in. He needs to get inside that 86 as well. And that's going to become a struggle. The clock just ticks on. Little tap at the end. He's done a great job, and 2 is better than 4. So Yali Kass, the young man, has delivered a fault-free jumping round, but 2 penalties from the time on that round, and it means that the Rome Gladiators wrap up round 1 on a total of 6. It's not a bad score. And it could maybe see them through. We will find out. It's too early to tell. But even getting into the top 10 today would certainly go a long way. And of course they've got that advantage now in their rivals down for that cut-off line to get into the GCL finals is with the Scandinavian Vikings, and of course they've not had an easy day on a total of 23. So the Rome Gladiators can be pretty pleased, and I think that young man can be very pleased with the 2 penalty score. 6 it is, and 173.66 as a score. Big moment, big team, big rounds of jumping. Now it's the turn of the team that sit in second, and of course last time out in Riesenbeck they delivered their first ever stage victory on the Global Champions League. It is the Basel Cosmopolitans, powered by Le Trois Ria. They're second in the standings. They've been pushing along this year. They broke that run of 3 wins in a row from Riesenbeck. And now Harry Allen, who's come into the team, would have hoped for a better start, but he's ended up with the second fence going down. There's been some transfers up and down the team rosters throughout all of them, pretty much. Harry coming in, and Geraldine Struman out at the mid-season transfer window. He's their under-25 edition, of course, brother of Bertram Allen, who's on the New York Empire team. Edison de Hus, that he's riding this 12-year-old gelding by Conrad. Not only did they have the win last time out, they were 3rd in Mexico, 3rd in Shanghai. They've averaged top 6 this year. When you look across the placings over the 9 rounds so far. They're at risk of a time penalty as well, though. Might just squeeze the right side of it. He has, just the 4. Nothing to add as he makes his debut on the team, Harry Allen. Certainly a high-class transfer, the young Irish jockey, Edison de Hus, coming in. I'm sure he would have wanted not to have to look back at this. Just losing their shape over that second fence and just dragging their foot into that front row. Well, the score of 4 obviously puts them in third at the moment. If they can keep it to the 4, they'll stay in third of the 5 teams that we've seen. Everybody watching on as now the turn of their second team rider. It's Andreas Scow, team manager, watching on closely from the sidelines. Now he is watching Marlon, as is his wife Angelica, who's been jumping well earlier today. Marlon Zanatelli, a Brazilian who's got so much experience, and this is a big round for him and the team. Charlie Hart, the 10-year-old mare by Corneta Blensky. Rode Iliacs last time out to help them to that win in Wiesenbeck. They started today 15 points behind Wiesenbeck International. Also only got a 5-point lead over the Istanbul Warriors. Oh, front rail goes, 8's the score. He's kept pushing. He certainly was never going to be at risk of time penalties. If they're going to go through on an 8, and certainly if they're going to try and get through with a team score of 12, they're going to need a quick time. And that is quick from Marlon. His 8 penalty score is with a final time of 77.71 on Charlie Hart. So Barcel going into 4th place of those teams so far. But when you look at the clock, it is considerably the quickest so far. 162.49, but these rounds mean so much, not just to the riders in the ring, but those watching on from the sides. Frustration from Marlon's point of view, but there you've got it into 4th for the moment. 5 teams gone. In Mexico leading, Mexico Amigos leading with that 0 score. Saint-Tropez on a score of 1. Gladiators on 6, Barcel Cosmopolitans there on a total of 12 as we look now to the Cairo Barrows, who start out today in 13th position overall on the GCL League. And they bring forward Sami Aldahan and Annelies Wilsemans. Just that one podium so far that came back at the beginning of the year. This brand new team this season, and a team that started with the podium in the opening leg in Miami Beach when they finished in 3rd. Starting here with Sami Aldahan, WKD Balu Breeze. Taking advantage in the middle of the year with that 3-rider swap round in terms of teams. Bringing Sami, Vanni and Zanya in. Taking Ishmael, Ines and Dalma out. But it's 4 at the moment for the new team rider. One left to go for the Egyptian. You can see how Balou Breeze just plays with the head a little bit, but it's not bothering Sami. He gets well in on the clock, and it is just that one fence that falls on his opening round for the Cairo Pharaohs. So 4 it is as a final score. Final time, 82.67. Just having a look, I think it's actually the quickest time we've seen around this course so far. So yes, there's 4. Johan Sloan Allen watching on, of course. Been such a long time supporter and friend of Sami's. Well, from the new team member to the seasoned team rider, Annelies Wilsemans next up. Retained throughout that mid-season reshuffle. And she brings forward Trezeguet, the 13-year-old gelding by Tourmaline. It's been an exciting team to bring into the sport this year. Of course, we'll be heading to Cairo for the penultimate leg of the season. The pressure of the clear keeps them, as you can see, up in 3rd. No room for offence, or Rome will move up. Beautifully done. She's at risk of a time penalty, though. I think she'll probably just get inside. Turns up, jumps the last, and brilliantly done. The Cairo Pharaohs indeed hold on to 3rd, and are the first to deliver a team score of 4 here in London. And the seasoned part of the team, Annelies Wilsemans, there with Trezeguet, safe and sound, 84.56 on the clock. Sami watching on and supporting her through every stride. He, of course, ended up on a score of 4, but that's not too bad for the Cairo Pharaohs as it stands. They'll be delighted to push their way up into the top 10. They've got an average this year overall of, I think, just a 9th position when I looked it up, but for the moment maybe that is enough. You never quite know, do you? You'll start to obviously know the deeper we get into this first round as to who is and isn't qualifying. But they might be quite hopeful to go through on a 4. Cairo Pharaohs, we will see. Still, though, the Mexico Amigos set the standard, the only 0 score so far, and then the Saint-Tropez Pirates on a score of 1. Well, to the team currently sat in 5th place and therefore really pushing towards the semi-final. Top 4 qualifiers come the end of the season. It is the Cannes Stars. Champions, we should remember, 2 years ago and runners-up last season. But of course, London comes after 2 14th place finishes. They could really do with pushing their way back up the table. Iron Dames Gombella for the Cannes Stars, powered by Iron Dames. This is Sophie Hinners. German jockey doing a tremendous job at the moment, keeping a really forward rhythm to this round. She's looking to try and set the standard. She was part of the success in the team over the last couple of years. She's certainly one of the team's most used riders when it comes to pressure rounds, and that is why, because when it's needed, she delivers. Superb performance from Sophie. Iron Dames Combella, 77.51. You could see it was going to be quick from the start. I didn't quite expect to see that clock read that time at the end of it. That was exceptionally fast, but it's an amazing horse. Look how balanced she is over the fences, though. So calm and relaxed throughout her movement. The body weight really staying central, giving her horse every chance. And on we go now to another of the great female athletes throughout this team. It is Catherine Eckermann. Catherine riding Iron Dames Cascajal, the 9-year-old gelding by Kasalko. Turning back towards the Longines fence. Again. Fence goes down. I was about to say again, you can see she's not trying to go for the steady clear. She was pushing on. Already been a winner in the LGCT Grand Prix this year, but sadly it's 8 in the opening round of this Global Champions League for Catherine Eckermann. 78.94, again sub 80 seconds. And they're the only riders to have managed that, and their time reflects it. 156.45 at the end of the round for the Cannes Stars. Angelica's here as well. Maybe they'll need her in the second round. We'll wait to find out if they bring the Swedish rider in. There she is watching on. They'll be frustrated after that great round from Sophie that it didn't quite come together with Catherine Eckermann. 8 is the score, goes into the top 5 therefore as it stands after 7 teams have jumped in the first round. The Cannes Styles there, powered by Iron Dames. Onwards to a team sitting in 10th place overall. Now it's the Doha Falcons. They'll be feeling pretty good after that previous performance in Risenbeck, where they finished in 3rd. It was their 2nd podium of the season after the 2nd place in Cannes. Sheikh Ali Khalid Daltani starting things off with Marco Monet, the 10-year-old gelding by Rocco. Long-serving Doha Falcons figure. Gonna need to be careful of the clock. Time penalty risk is there. This summer, bringing Bassam Mohammed back into the team as Jess Mendoza taken out. They've got Sene Tyson maybe for the next round if they need her. Nathan Budd in a moment, but at the moment it is the Qatari start that is looking to try and deliver the round that the Doha Falcons would love to see push them forward here in London. He'll be okay with the clock. I would think he's in, and that is clear. 84.75. Jan Tops watching on, and Sheikh Ali Khalid Al-Thani safe, sound. And he'll be over the moon with that. Marco Monet never put a foot wrong. Did get a little worried about the time allowed at the beginning, but actually Sheikh Ali there just sticking to the plan and following it through to the finish, and it just worked brilliantly for them both. So there is one team on a 0 score so far. Can Nathan Budd make it 2, as he's the second up now for Doha? Chobri de Talma, the 9-year-old stallion by Aragon de Champs. He's got several really nice emerging top-level horses. This by far one of the best. But there's a lot to look at around this arena. Three fences left to jump. Just the one final fence to go. The time is good. And the final fence is good. That's a very solid round for Doha. Nathan Budd. Little grasp of the fist, little punch of the air. Follows up what we saw from Sheikh Ali as Nathan and the Doha Falcons confirm a 0 score in the opening round. Their time, 168.98, just a fraction behind. Of course, that'll go towards setting the order for the next round, but the important part coming out of the opening round is that 0 score. Doha with 2 podiums already. Podium last time out in Riesenbeck. Certainly believe they can do it again. Maybe they'll believe they can stand on the top step. We will see. They've had a second and they've had a third, so if they're looking for the podium, the obvious thing is to try and push for the top. High fives all round. So 2 teams on 0. Mexico Amigos and the Doha Falcons, and then the Saint-Tropez Pirates on that 1 penalty score. How costly will that time penalty turn out to be a little bit later? Right, the 19th to go, which of course will take us up to that halfway mark and the pause and the break in the opening round. It is the turn of Madrid in motion. They sit in 7th overall on the standings. They were the winners of the opening leg of the season in Miami, runners-up in Monaco. In fact, they brought 4 riders out of the 6 in the team here to London. They've got the largest pool to play with, but they've certainly got some of the biggest names. And this is one of them. Michael van der Vleuten starts it off with Jester, a 12-year-old stallion by Cardento. So often the anchor of Madrid's team. He was part of that clean sheet win with Victor in Miami, and they've gone with that team again in the opening round here in London. One of the teams not to be changing anything. They didn't get involved in the transfer window. Jump in. Now just sits and waits. Michael always with such an active style, helping his horses over the fences. Up and down, and that is another clear round, and those clears are going to become all important. The more we get, the more important they become. And Michael van der Vleuten, 82.80. It's a superb performance with a clear. Just looking down and thinking, we saw some quick times, didn't we, a little bit earlier on? Because only perhaps Nadia's that was that bit faster. So Madrid in motion, certainly moving their way in the right direction to start things off, and you can see why they've gone back to that winning formula from Miami, with Michael yet again proving his abilities, and now the turn of Victor Bettendorf. Of course, the man 2 years ago that won that Super Grand Prix, and then just recently comes here after the amazing Grand Prix in Riesenbeck as well, with the win as well. Form is on his side. This is Quando van der Ispien, the 10-year-old by Maltese de Mariposa. This is no question one of the power lineups of the day. Victor's never been slow in any round of jumping. Oh, that was gentle, but that was costly. Ensure the time is quicker than Cairo. Can they keep it to the 4? The time is going to be quicker than Cairo. Madrid go into 4th place. Just that one gentle little rub going into the double at 10A is the costly moment then for Madrid in motion. After that brilliant clear from Michael van der Verden, it is this pole. He just touched it on the way down, just caught it behind. And just a little pop and up he goes. Yep, we understand that feeling. She rode along with him, but bad luck to Michael and Victor in the end together. Between them, they pick up a score of 4 and a final time of 163.26 for Madrid in motion. So 9 teams of the 17 gone, but the Mexico Amigos has set the standard from the podium last year. They lead at the halfway mark this year with the clear rounds from Zoe and Carlos, and the Doha Falcons with their 2 clears sitting in 2nd place ahead of that 1 penalty score from the Saint-Tropez Pirates. So the 1-2-3 pretty tight, and that is how it stands at the moment. Madrid in motion on the 4 with the Cairo Pharaohs also on 4. Can Stars just behind their own Gladiators. Rome on 6 and Can on 8. Big shock though with the Basel Cosmopolitans. At the halfway mark, they're already down in 8th place on that score of 12, and when you consider they're 2nd in the overall standings, that could be expensive come the points paying moments later today. But at the moment, it is the Saint-Tropez Pirates sitting in 3rd. What a round it was from Nadia Peter-Steiner. That clear round with pace, delivered beautifully, and then followed up by the young French star, Dia Sadran, and a long-standing partner, of course, Dexter de Courtland. How frustrated would she be, or will she be, by that single time penalty? She was 0.02 of a second on the other side of the time allowed, and it does mean that Saint-Tropez will go into the 2nd round on a 1 penalty score. The Doha Falcons looking to push for the podium again. Their 2nd podium coming last time round in Riesenbeck. Now London starting with a clear. Sheikh Ali Al-Thani and then Nathan Budd, Belgium's rider with his 9-year-old, looking every bit as experienced as those around them. Great performance from Etchegwini de Talma to give Doha their 2nd clear round. But the team that lead the way at the moment, of course, is Mexico. Nip and tuck, it's only time, but it will give them that advantage in the order that they go in the 2nd round. The Mexico Amigos for a team that started today down in 15th position. Today couldn't have got off to a better start. Well done to Zoe and to Carlos. Their clear rounds with H5 Chakofini and H5 Origi Horta. It's certainly given them a chance to repeat the podium that came in London 12 months ago when they finished in third. If they could repeat that result today, they'll certainly be climbing up the leaderboard. They may be down on 105 at the moment, but 30 points for a win today would certainly push them up very quickly. So that is as it stands. Mexico, Doha, Saint-Tropez, Madrid, Cairo and Rome. 6 penalties covering the top 6 so far. The 2-0 scores though. But I think the Basel Cosmopolitans, that really is the big story in a lot of respects out of the first half of the class, because the team that sit in second place, they're only 4 points ahead of Istanbul. They're only, 8 points ahead of Prague. I mean, it's pretty tightly grouped in that bunch, and when you're looking to try and put a bit of pressure on Risenbeck, who are obviously leading. Obviously, Risenbeck had their own difficulties last time round at home, but today was a day that the Basel Cosmopolitans would have been hoping for more and hoping to keep things moving in that upward direction. And with so many teams still to go and only 10 teams going into the second round, you'd have to consider now that Basel are at extreme risk of not getting in to that second round here later this evening. Still to come. Of course, we're going to start after the break with the team that lead the way. It'll be fascinating to see how Risenbeck International, powered by Horse Gym, get on. They were the, of course, team that put together that run of 3 wins from Saint-Tropez to Paris to Monaco. The first ever, I believe, Global Champions League team to deliver 3 stage wins in a row. Certainly making a statement there were the team from Germany. We've still got plenty of firepower left across the board with those teams still to join us. Who's going to get into the top 10? We will find out. What a setting it is. That beautiful structure. So many years of history. And of course, each and every year, the wonderful Chelsea pensioners continue to welcome the Longines Global Champions Tour and Global Champions League back, and everybody coming and having a tremendous day. And there is one of those famous pensioners. Oh, well, we know who they're supporting. There we go. Well, you can't ask for a better supporter in a lot of respects, and why wouldn't you be supporting the team that sit at the top of the table? They are one of the strongest teams in the Global Champions League, and they are proving to be the team to beat this season after that run of 3 wins. Risenbeck International, powered by Horse Gym. Maximilian Weishout and Marco Kutscher in the lineup today. We know Christian Kukuk is here as well if needed. But starting things off with a team that have had those 3 wins, and of course they had the 2nd place in Shanghai as well. 4 podiums already this season, but they have never won here before in London, despite all of the rich success that this team have had. Of course, the overall series champions in 2022 and 2023. They went on to win the Super Cup that year. Last year in the top 4. They have been on the podium before here in London 3 years ago, but that was 3rd. This, though, is Zucchero HV. Maximilian Weishout with the pressure of the opening round with the 14-year-old stallion by VDL's Morocco Blue. They'll have been frustrated after the 3 wins in a row to come unstuck on home soil. And they'll know already the pressure of those very strong schools in this competition so far. certainly been part of the wins in Paris and Monaco with Marco. The red armband as league leaders, starting off as they mean to go on and showing why they are top of the league at the moment, delivering that clear round. Maximilian Weishaupt, Zucchero HV, safe and sound, 82.76. Certainly competitive when it comes to times as well. He can be delighted with the way that's gone. Second best individual round, so it's as quick as he would need it to be at this stage. Superb start, and certainly showing that form of the season so far. You can see why they've been put in first, and now the turn of Marco Kutscher. He produced 4 clear rounds across the Paris and Monaco rounds, part of that winning streak. Today with Piquet-Lemaire, NRW. Gelding by Los Angeles. Has that gone? It did go on the way into the combination, so 4 for Isenbeck. There's still a lot of fences to jump as well. Three left to go. Try to keep it to the 4. Time is going to be important in terms of the order as well. 163.26 you can see there from Madrid. Keep an eye on the placing. It is going to come down to the clock as to where Isenbeck International fall into place in this opening round. With the 4 in 82.88, it puts the team into 5th position. Luca walking away. Marco Kutscher with the 1 fence falling. How costly does that turn out to be later? We do not yet know. But obviously, for the moment, 4 teams in front of them. 3 of those in a much better place. It's been a cracking course from Emiliano Vizzani today. One of those that's so jumpable yet so easy just to find your way to a 4 penalty score, and that there is the overall score we've just seen for Isenbeck International, powered by Horsegym. They finish on a team score of 4 and 165.64, which at least keeps them ahead of Cairo at this stage. Obviously means Basel now are in 9th. 7 more teams left to jump. Mexico, Doha and Saint-Tropez know they're through to the next round here this evening, as we turn now to the Monaco Aces. 6th place in the current overall standings for this year. Winners from Shanghai. Starting today with Gregory Cottard, and also having Yeli Milinateu with them as well. This is Miguel J.W. van der Morenhoven, the 11-year-old mare. Benfica de Suisse. Frustratingly with 1 down. It's becoming an expensive round. Suddenly, as you can see, dropping down the order ever so quickly. side of the win. Their best result had been that fourth in Paris. Going to be lucky to get through. They're going to need a big round in a moment, but that was Gregory Contard, of course, the French rider, with Pomonique, JW van der Morehova. On a day where we're seeing such strong scores, 12 penalties is a really expensive round. And his final time of 85.21. Now it comes down to what happens with the second part of the team. I love his hat, by the way. I think that's a great pressure. Well, next up, it's the turn of the Greek star, Yoli Milinateo, who frustratingly second fence down, but of course she's just come into the team in the mid-season transfer window. And they said farewell to Mariana Martinez Bastida. Of course, she's moved from Rome to Monaco. And at the moment, the Rome team are going to finish ahead of Monaco today. This is Casanova, hashtag DWB, the 13-year-old by Cassimo the Stallion. Only keeping it to the fore at the moment. On the 8, no risk of a time penalty though. So, Monaco Aces dropping on to a final score of 20. Only the Scandinavian Vikings going to be behind them. And although it puts them in 10th at the moment, you just don't see with 6 to go that that's going to be sustainable by any stretch of the imagination, sadly, for the Aces on this occasion. We'll regroup and look to those final 5 legs of the season to try and add points to the board and try and begin to push up from 6th place. But it's a really tight middle order in the overall standings. The middle of the pack hasn't really seen anyone break free as of yet, and that, I mean, it could change today. There's still plenty of opportunities ahead, but there's the totals in round 1 for the Monaco Aces. It is at 20 and 165.90. I think today could be an important day for this team that currently sit in 3rd place. It is the Istanbul Warriors. To remind you that only 2 years ago, Istanbul came out on top here in London. Currently sitting in 3rd in those overall GCL standings. They're only 20 points behind Risenbeck. And what a lineup when you bring in Henrik von Eckermann and Abdul Saeed, who between them, of course, the individual LGCT leader at the moment, and of course world #1, is not a bad lineup. This team have had 3 podiums this season. 2nd in Mexico, Madrid, and in Risenbeck, but they haven't yet won one. Henrik starting us off with the greatest star of his career. This is King Edward. 16 by Edward, this gelding. Looking so well. Unfortunately, down goes the pole, and that score of 4 immediately dropping the team down 3 places. Mexico and Doha and Saint-Tropez with that single penalty have really piled the pressure on the teams that have followed. Well, in the end. The final time at 85.67, just inside the time allowed. Not going to be one of the quicker fours either from King Edward and Henrik von Eckermann. And that might just mean they need to ask a bit more of Abdul in a moment. Because if you end up on 4, but as the slowest 4, you're automatically going to be down in 8th place. Well, the Istanbul Warriors, powered by Carpe Diem equestrian team. Now the turn of the man that sits on top of the LGCT standings, and what a season it's been, and the winner last year of that Super Grand Prix as well. Abdul Saeed Watham Bonami. Now 13 years of age, this mare, by a big boy. Try to keep the team up in 4th, perhaps, for the moment, if he can put together a decent time. In the top 5 this year, along with those 3 podiums included from the 9 rounds up till now. But now another 4 and an expensive 4 down. They fall on the 8. Looking for 9th, and 9th it is. Abdul Saeed on the 4 penalty score, 81.79. And that, for the Istanbul Warriors, powered by the Carpe Diem equestrian team, for a team that sit in 3rd place in the overall standings at the start of today, yet again says that we're in for some potential big movers in the current standings within the pack, because Basel are now down in 10th position and on the bubble of dropping out. Monaco have dropped out of that next round. And Istanbul, sitting in 9th, will be next to go. So the teams that started the day in 2nd and 3rd in the overall standings are very much on the cusp of not going through to the 2nd round. We still have 5 more teams to go. The first of which is the team that sit in 14th position. It is Riyadh. Riyadh Knights. Of course, we'll be going to Riyadh this year for the playoffs. And they may well have the overall standings table saying they're down in 14th, but I would say the form table says danger. 3rd in Paris, 5th in Monaco, 7th in Risenbeck. They've been picking up the points. Emanuele Guardiano starting things off, the super quick Italian here with Chaluslov PS. Just bringing the 2 riders to London. It's interesting to see their tactics in the next round. Gets away with the little rub. A beautiful round at the moment is the Italian. 1 fence left to go for the Riyadh Knights. And at the moment, that form book continues to show that it's all going well. Emanuele Guardiano, 78.85. That's a cracking time. We've only seen 1 clear quicker than that, so certainly putting the team on the front foot. They've had 1 podium so far this year. It came in Paris when they finished in 3rd. A team that weren't on the grid, of course, last year. Certainly been trying to make an impression this season. And certainly, what, 61 off the lead, and There we go, happy people. So well done to Manuele. Now, though, it is Gudrun Petit, as I say, just the 2 riders with them here this week out of their team of 6. And Gudrun wanted 2 new riders into the team in the transfer window, alongside Pilar Cordon, at the expense of Rodrigo Almeida and Matthias van Asten. Gudrun riding here with Seacoast Cavalier d'Or. Certainly adding proven championship team, Nations Cup experience, tremendous pedigree, and often has tremendous pace, does this lady from Belgium. Still just the 2 teams so far, Mexico and Doha, that have achieved that 0 score in round 1. Coming round. Me up to the edge of my seat here. Are we about to find a 3rd team on a 0 score in round 1 in London? We are indeed, as she gets with a brilliant performance on her team debut. Well, what a transfer that turned into, and the Riyadh Knights certainly continue to show an amazing run of form, with 3 top 7 finishers in the last 3 rounds, and one of only 3 teams to deliver a 0 score in this round. And more importantly, not only is it clear, it's quick. And it's, at the moment, Riyadh that would go last in that 2nd round later this evening. Now, of course, the highs at the top mean the lows at the bottom. Basel, 2nd in the overall standings, out, and not coming back in round 2 tonight. They fall into 11th place, and Istanbul Warriors now on the cusp in 10th on a score of 8 with 4 teams left to go. But it looks great. The 2nd round is set up brilliantly. 3 teams on a 0, Saint-Tropez on a 1. Wow. And of course we also know that through will be what have we got? Madrid definitely going through, Risenbeck definitely going through as well, because those the top 6 teams, and we know we're taking 10 through, and there are 4 to go. Theme tune of the New York Empire, powered by Logano, rings out around this showground here in London, and it is to the team that sit in 8th place overall on the standings. And what a return. Back in 2017, the first time we were here at the Royal Hospital, Chelsea, and the first time the GCL was held here in London. Scott Brash and Dennis Lynch teamed up with Hello Forever and RMF Echo to stand on top of the podium that day. And the New York Empire have teamed them up today. Dennis starting us off with Cordial. And then it'll be Scott and Jefferson, the 2 seniors, as in the horses, 17 years of age, these 2 horses in this team. And it is testament to the simply brilliant care and horsemanship that surrounds them, that they are still jumping at the top of their game. The team brought Mark McCauley in. He's here as well as the number 3 this week. They had that 1 win this year. It came in Cannes, but it's still their only podium. Cordial doing a great job so far. Stallion by Casal. Time is good, round is good, and we see a brilliant start for the Empire. Nicely done from Dennis Lynch and the experience of Cordial. The Irish rider delivering for New York Empire. And that certainly puts them in a good place and puts the pressure on Scott to follow it up as they look to try and pick up their second win of the year. They're 43 points behind the leaders at the moment. Still plenty of time to start to make that up here in London and beyond. Great stuff from Dennis Lynch. Always looks so relaxed. Right, onwards. You can't really ask for better on your team than this man and this horse. Here we go with Scott Brash. Hello, Jefferson. What a partner this has been to Scott over the years. They are 17 by Cooper van der Heffink. Of course, he's got 3 Grand Prix wins in London as well. That's that trip to the top of the GCL podium in 2017. And he's been having quite some 2026 wherever he's been around the world. He's got some great Grand Prix horses in his stable, but none that he knows better than this one. Oof. Oh, it went! Talk about a late falling pole. He was halfway over the second part of that double before the first part went down. Very unusual for Jefferson. One fence does go. They fall back onto a score of 4. The advantage from their side is the time. Scott was quick. 78.50 puts the New York Empire, powered by Logano, up into 5th position at the moment. So they go into 5th. Let's just have a little look here. Jumping in, a little skip in that combination. I mean, the athleticism. But here's the slow-mo now. He was up in the air before the second pole came to the floor. Well, before the first pole went to the floor. Mark McCauley watching on, and I mean, Scott will be gutted with that. But it adds a little bit spice to the competition, because now the New York Empire, they sit in overall in 5th place, so they're going to be back in the second round tonight on that score of 4. We know, though, that the Istanbul Warriors will not be through. So that confirms the teams sitting in 2nd and 3rd are both out in round 1 tonight, as we now turn to the Shanghai Swans, because this, the team, twice winners before, winners here last year. Starting off with another of the British stars in Ben Mayer. Teamed up with Christian Ullmann. Max Kuhne here as well. They didn't have a very good Riesenbeck. They're looking to bounce back. They're sitting down in 12th overall this season. Just that one podium coming in Monaco in 3rd place. It's the horse that took Ben to 2nd in the Grand Prix behind Checker last year. Point break for 12-year-old by Action Breaker. Time penalty risk is up. I think he'll probably be okay. There are 3 teams on a 0 score. Ben won't want to pick up a time penalty, and he's not going to either. Performing in London is what he does best. Performing with Point Break is Ben Mayer. Last year, the winner in the Global Champions League with the Swans. Of course, he's actually He holds the record here in London as a rider for being on 3 different winning GCL teams, because he was on winning team for the former team of the London Knights back in 2018 and 2019, and then last year was his 3rd. So there isn't any other rider that's done that here in London. Big round of applause. Max Kuhn is happy with that one, keeping a close watch. But as we know, we're only halfway through the story of the first round for the team. But now it is Christian Ullmann next up. Christian, who was alongside Max on the winning team here in 2021. Last year, Ben teamed up with Daniel Deusser to come out on top. Daniel, of course, remains as part of the team, although he's not here this week. It was another team that didn't change anything in the mid-season break. This is Untouched LB, the 10-year-old stallion by United Touch. You can just feel with every round as this competition has unfolded, with the way the table sits, that even an 8 penalty score at this stage wouldn't guarantee you a chance of jumping later tonight in the top 10. That every fence just seems to have a little bit more pressure than the team that came before it, the fence that came before it. Oh, that's brilliant if he's in on the clock, and he is just, indeed. The 0 score means that the defending champions of London 12 months ago, the Shanghai Swans, have a chance to do it again. Safe and sound on a 0 score. Ben Mayer and Christian Ullmann teaming up beautifully with Point Break and Untouched LB. And therefore 0 in 170.97. So they go into 4th. 4 teams on a 0 score. Shanghai joining Doha, Mexico and Riyadh. And of course the Saint-Tropez Pirates then on that single time penalty. It means the Cannes Stars, powered by Iron Dames, sadly have dropped out. So the team that sits in 5th place in the overall standings has also gone out in round 1. There's going to be some big changes. I think if you were to get to the end of the day and look at the overall standings post-Riesenbeck and post-London, I cannot see how things do not sort of move around like a fruit machine with the way that the order's lining up as it is. Whether anything changes at the top, we'll find that out later. But this is another team that now have a great chance of stealing an advantage on the teams around them, because this is the other team up in those qualifying places for the semi-finals. I know it's still 6 rounds, including today, to go, but they've got the points on the board. And the Prague Lions up next, powered by the Czech equestrian team, sit in 4th place overall this season so far. Starting out today with Niels Brunsels and Peter de Vos. They have that 1 win this season. It came in Madrid, but they've had podium positions as well, with the 2nd place in Saint-Tropez and the 3rd place in Cannes. Now this is Chaco's Lando OL. So often this man is the anchor part of the team, and with this horse, remember, he was 3rd last year in the Grand Prix here. Part of that winning team in Madrid as well. You can again just feel the pressure that comes with each fence. This is a great opportunity today. Oh no, the last goes down. Well, opportunities come knocking, but that gets knocked down. It's a score of 4. And obviously straight away puts a little bit of jeopardy now in to Prague Lions' afternoon here, because if you finish with more than 4, you are not in the top 10. That's how things have worked themselves out, because with that round previously from the Shanghai Swans, it pushed the Rome Gladiators out, to push the Cairo Pharaohs into 10th position. Now they sit on a 4 scored in 167.23. So a single fence has become even more crucial. But the Prague Lions know in this man they couldn't ask for much more. And he's certainly another rider that's shown form. Peter de Vos with the beautiful Primo Divi, the 11-year-old gelding. He certainly has the experience for the Prague Lions and knows how to deal with the pressure. Look at that order. Because you've got Rome sat there on the 6 penalties. The second fence going down would put them out. There is 0 room for error from Belgium. And Peter de Vos here for Prague. Oof. A little bit like we saw with Scott Brash, but on this occasion Peter de Vos has luck on his side and it stays up. Time should be pretty good, and with it hopefully they'll be sailing through to the second round safe and sound. Indeed they are, as they jump their way in to 7th place. And Peter de Vos handling the pressure. He's just such a cool customer, very happy with Primo. And again and again and again for the Prague Lions, Peter just able to bring the result they need across the line. And at the moment, as I say, putting them in a good place for some good points today. It does, though, mean that it's a top 10 that is filled with either 0s, 1s or 4s, as that 6 penalty score from Rome now falls away, and Cairo confirmed in 10th place with 1 more team to go. So it's either the Cairo Pharaohs or Balkanzard United that are going to join the other 9 in the second round a little bit later on here this evening. And the team that go next, currently in the top 10, in 9th place, and the boss watching on. Of course, the defending champions from last year's GCL standings, sitting in 9th overall, but in that tight mix in the middle. Starting out with Edwina Tops-Alexander, riding here with Caitlin van der Heffink, herself a 2-time LGCT champion and Super Cup winner from 2018, and was so key in helping the team to the win in the series last year. That's an 11-year-old mare by Chaco Blue. Last year was their 3rd championship. Two to go. No risk of time penalties. It's just the final fence then for Edwina Tops-Alexander. Caitlin van der Heffing is clear. Brilliant start from Valkenswaard. Showing they're still going to be part of the fight and still looking in a very good place to get through perhaps into this second round this evening. That's the first part of the aim. And then, of course, we've got to do it all again. Will there be changes up and down the order? We don't know. We'll find that out as the draw unfolds. But Edwina has done all she can, delivering the clear with Caitlin. And of course, now one more team rider to go to know exactly which of the 10 teams is going through. It is the turn of Zilstoma riding with Luna van het Dennyhoff, the reigning 2025 LGCT champion, is certainly a central figure as well in Valkenswaard's title last year. 28-year-old from Belgium, one of the world's best. And that is not what you expect. He didn't have a stride that he needed off that turn, and now the pressure's on. Can Valkenswaard beat 167.23 and not have another fence down? This mare by Prince van Volsacker now 15. Careful as you go, Jill. He's up the pace. He knows that time has become an even more important factor. One fence left to go. Can Valkenswaard keep themselves up there? They're dropping down the order, but will he be quick enough? He will indeed. They do go through as the team from Valkenswaard United of Zilstoma and Edwina Tots-Alexander managed to secure a place in the top 10 by squeezing their way up into 9th. And let's remember, only one fence off the lead, with all of the top 10 teams going through within a fence of each other. It could be anybody's yet this afternoon or this evening here in London. There's your time, 165.51. It's confirmed in 9th place. And it means that the team that lead the overall standings, Risenbeck International, powered by Horse Jib, are going to start the second round off because they get through just in 10th place. Sadly, for the Cairo Pharaohs, they miss out. There's the order, because it's the Riyadh Knights that have moved their way into pole position going into the second round. They, ahead of the Mexico Amigos and the Doha Falcons and Shanghai Swans, mean 4 teams come back level pegging on a 0 score. Saint-Tropez Pirates just one off all of them, and then it's on to that run of teams on 4. The New York Empire, Prague Lions, Madrid Emotion and Valkenswaard United giving us the 9, and then in 10th, just making it through, Risenbeck International. Sadly though for the others, points yes, but not the ones they would have hoped for. Cairo Pharaohs just missing out by way of the clock. The Rome Gladiators there in 12th place. I think we'll still be pleased enough to get more points today ahead of the Can Stars, Istanbul Warriors, Basel Cosmopolitans, Monaco Aces and Scandinavian Vikings, and there's some big fallers in the first round there in the form of Istanbul and Basel, the teams that sit in 2nd and 3rd, and if you include the Can Stars who sit in 6th, they are not going to be getting the big points a little bit later on here tonight. But there are 10 through and there are big points available, and what a performance it was from Manuele Guadiano and Gudrun Petit. And of course Gudrun, who's just come into the team, has delivered a great double clear from them both. It puts the Riyadh Knights into pole, and let's catch up with that leading team right now.
Well, congratulations to Riyadh Knights. You are the leading team after round 1. Emmanuel, I'm going to start with you. How proud are you of the team so far today?
Well, I'm very happy with Charles Love. He jumped amazing the first round, and hopefully We are good in the second round. We have two very good horses also in the second round. Good that Gudrun was with me in the first round. She was clear, and we were able to be the fast double clear, because today we had 4 double clears.
Gudrun, I want to talk to you about your lovely horse, only 10 years old, and you said to me, still quite green. Tell me a little bit about him.
Yeah, he's really green at this level. He's been jumping ranking classes for less than a year now, so I'm really proud of him. He's evolving all the time, getting better and better, so I think the best is yet to come.
Were you surprised about how well he jumped in there today? It was a big course.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, but of course I'm happy when it works out the way I would like to, so yeah, really happy and proud.
And lastly, Emmanuel, we're at a crucial stage of the season now where every point really matters. Currently lying in 14th position. Is that something the team are thinking about?
Well, I think we missed the first in Miami, and we need to be good in the few more global, and but we have a good rider in the second part. We have good horses. We will try. Yeah.
And Gudrun, just riding here in London, just tell me about the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's amazing to be here. I'm really happy and grateful to ride this.
Congratulations and good luck for round 2.
Thank you.
It's going to be fascinating, that second round. It is set up beautifully, but the Riyadh Knights have certainly fought their way to the top of the table in style with Manuele Guadiano and Gudrun Petit, and what a performance it was from them both. But to remind you, they are one of 4 teams that will come back in the second round of the GCL here this evening in London, tied on a 0 score. It is still all to play for. The Saint-Tropez Pirates on that 1 penalty score, and then the others through just 1 fence behind. Anything could yet happen here tonight in London. It's open to all 10 teams, but no doubt about it, the Riyadh Knights have given themselves every opportunity. They will go last and have that opportunity to know exactly what they need to do. They've come out on top in this opening round with that brilliant performance on Chalu's Love PS from Manuele Guadiano. And this lady who's come in as a mid-season transfer into the team, what a successful move that's turned into. Gudrun Petit and her 10-year-old called Seaghost Cavalier d'Or, delivering a clear on their team debut. The Riyadh Knights have got ground to make up in the overall championship. They certainly have started strong to put big points on the board and perhaps climb their way up from 14th. As I say, I can't believe we're not going to see a big shuffle round in the order come the end of this evening. But at least from the overall leaders' point of view, Risenbeck know they are through. And there is plenty more to come when we come back for the second round a little later here for the Global Champions League in London. London, a city where history is never far away from the present, where the River Thames winds through a capital of royal ceremony, cultural landmarks and sporting theatre. It is one of the world's great meeting places, constantly moving, constantly changing, yet always unmistakably London. And today, amid the noise and energy of the British capital, the focus narrows to one arena, one course and one decisive round of jumping. This is London and this is the Global Champions League. Welcome to leg 10 and the second round here tonight. This is an arena that stands in the south grounds of the Royal Hospital, Chelsea, founded by King Charles II back in 1681 and designed by Sir Christopher Wren, and for more than 3 centuries has been the home to the magnificent Chelsea pensioners. But for today, those historic buildings provide one of show jumping's most extraordinary backdrops. And of course, it is to see who can add their name to that prestigious list of winners from the past. Shanghai Swans winners last year. They're in the final 10 tonight. Could they make it 3 wins? A record no one has yet achieved here in the British capital. There is plenty to enjoy. The overall rankings are certainly tight and close, with Riesenbeck, though, after their 3 wins this season, holding sway at the top at the start of today. Big swings and changes are assured, with the likes of Basel, Istanbul, Cannes and Monaco all falling away in the first round. But of course, with Riyadh and Mexico, the last 2 teams to go, currently sitting in 14th and 15th, doing so well, there could be some big climbers as well as some fallers. But we'll see how that league table shuffles itself round a little later on here tonight. There are now 10 teams that are going to take to the centre stage of the Global Champions League here this evening. An opening round saw 17 start out, and of course a team that started today in second place was the Basel Cosmopolitans. Sadly, after the penalties for Harry Allen and Edison, who finished on the 4, and then followed up with Marlon Zanatelli and Charlie Hart on an 8, they fell to 15th in the opening round, and the team that sat second at the start of today and won, of course, last time out in Riesenbeck, are not going to take any chances today because they're not in that second round. Bad luck to Marcel. The Cannes Stars, currently 5th in the overall rankings. Well, they are out as well. This is where the changes came. After a brilliant start, a quite outstanding round, starting the all-female team off. The Cannes Stars, Sophie Hinners and Iron Dames Compella delivered a quick, clear round. But then, for Catherine Eckermann, it wasn't so lucky. Iron Dames, Casquiela, NRW. 8 in this round meant that come the end, it was an 8 penalty score. And that, on a day like today, when the order is so close, wasn't quite enough for the team starting the day in 5th to squeeze through. Riesenbeck International. Well, what a season it's been. They got going with those 3 back-to-back wins from Saint-Tropez to Paris to Monaco. The only team to have won 3 in a row. And they lead the way coming into today. They've squeezed in on a score of 4 after a brilliant clear from Max Weishout and Zucchero HV. There was one down for Marco Kutscher, and there it was with Piquet Lima NRW. They start on a score of 4, only 1 fence off that leading bunch. Luca is here keeping a close watch as well. But Riesenbeck have got a lot to do in this second round. The Istanbul Warriors, they started the day up in 3rd in the overall standings. They brought 2 of the big names in, Henrik von Eckermann with King Edward and Abdul Saeed with Motham Bonami. But 4 apiece on a day where 8 is just not enough to get you through, sadly saw the Warriors fall flat. And 3rd at the start of the day. Not sure that they'll be holding that position, we'll find out later. But certainly disappointment for a team that have won here in London just 2 years ago. But one team best them all in the first round, and it's a team, of course, on their debut campaign in 2026, new to the series this year. Riyadh Knights lead the way after the opening round. A quite brilliant clear round started it off from Manuele Guardiano. Chalusla PS from the Italian, certainly exciting the team on the kiss and cry. But then it was the follow-up round. The new signing coming in the mid-season transfer window. Good and Petit, Sikos Quavalier d'Or, who doubled the score of 0. That is indeed the brilliant round that's performed double clear and the quickest time. But they are one of 4 teams that are coming back in this next round on a 0 score. The Riyadh Knights leading the Mexico Amigos, Doha Vulcans, and last year's winners here in London in Shanghai Swans, all even Stevens on a 0 score. The Saint-Tropez Pirates a little out of kilter with the rest of them on that single time penalty. And then the lineup of those on 4, which of course includes the 5 teams of the New York Empire, Prague Lions, Madrid in Motion, Volkswagen United and Riesenbeck International, who will be the first to go, starting out in 10th, and will be hoping they get their chance to move up. Plenty more to come, but it is a whole new course and a whole new challenge from Giuliano Visani, our course designer. The Maestro has set this one up now for this second round of jumping against the clock. And let's, as ever, take a little look down at the centrepiece that is this magnificent arena in front of the Royal Hospital. Well, 12, again, numbered obstacles, 15 different jumping efforts at a height of 1.55 meters in this round, and time is even more crucial than it was in the first round. They've got to leave them up. They start over the opening half moons, and then that big wide open swing to what is quite a narrow fence at number 2, but it's certainly tall enough. And then 6 strides down that moving line to a double at 3A and 3B, upright in, parallel coming out, and then the turn back, the roll round towards the famous post boxes, so common here in London at 1.55 meters. It's a maximum upright once again. Again, just letting the horses open up, letting the riders have a little bit of room to move, as they will on the turn back here from 5 to 6, although they'll need to be awfully careful at the green horses at number 6, again standing as a maximum upright, and then into this very balanced line where technicality will play its role, because they start over what is a wide parallel with the water tray underneath it at number 7, and then it's 5 strides down to this double of uprights. Again, you're pushing towards home as well. Upright in, upright out, 8.40 meters in the middle. It's 1.55 on the way in, and it's 1.55 on the way out. Certainly plenty to think about, and making sure they stay concentrated after all those fences, because they're still far, far from home. In no combination in this course, the course design has gone with 3 doubles. Turning back, plenty of opportunity to make up a little bit of time there as they come back to 9, but again it's wide at the violins. A nice big wide open gallop to the upright at 10, and then that brings them into what is the final line. But again, there's another double to contend with. The third double on this course comes at 11A and 11B. It is the parallel going in this time at 1.60 meters wide. It's a big old stretch and a big ask late in the track at 150 high. It's 11.60 meters, the 2 strides in the middle, and then 155 coming out the other side. And that final run to the finish, number 12. It is again another full width parallel, plenty of height, plenty of scope required as they go towards home. And that is your course from that man, Giuliano Visani, who has always seemingly found the right notes when it comes to asking the questions of the horses and riders in this class. So the 10 teams that come back begin with the league leaders, Riesenbeck International, on that score of 4. They stick with what they've got. 3 wins already this season. Max and Marco go again. Then to the defending series champions, second in Miami, looking for the podium, bringing in Sergeant Arfourth this time alongside Gilles Thomas, Volkswagen United. Madrid in Motion, 7th overall. Miami winners. Michael van der Vleuten is back. This time Victor Bettendorf changes horses to Encore. Then it's to the Prague Lions, powered by the Czech equestrian team. Madrid winners, Miels Brunseels and Peter de Vos changing horses but sticking with the team. Mark McCauley comes in alongside Scott Brash for the New York Empire, powered by Legato Diamonds, as they look for their second win of the season. The Saint-Tropez Pirates, the Mexico winners, bringing in Giorgio Bucci alongside Nadia Peter Steiner in round 2. And then onto those teams on 0. Last year's London winners, Shanghai Swans, still with Ben Mayer, this time with Enju. Max Kuna comes in as they look for their 3rd win in London. Then to the Doha Falcons. The Doha teams stay as they were, but looking for a win after 2 podiums already this year. And on the podium here last year, as they were in Saint-Tropez this year, the Mexico Amigos. Again, it's Zoe and Carlos, this time with Louis and Deshango. And then there you have it, last to go. It is Emanuele Guadiano, good and petite. They change their rides, but of course they stay the same in terms of the team. They've only had 1 podium. It is their first season, the Riyadh Knights, who sit 14th on the overall standings. And I think it's a remarkable thing to note that in the opening round, The teams that sit 14th and 15th out of the 17 teams on the league start in first and second place in this round. But I promise you, it could go anyway. It could go the way of the opening team. You just never know what is going to happen as these competitions unfold. It's going to be a fascinating climax here to what has already been a great day of sport. 4 teams on 0, 1 team on a single time penalty, and 5 teams on 4. There have been 7 teams so far of the GCL this year that have won in 2026 across the 9 rounds. 5 of those teams are in this second round, and this is the team that have won 3 rounds. The first ever team in GCL history to win 3 back-to-back series rounds. Risenbeck International, powered by Horse Gym, out to get us started, and with a big opportunity today to stretch that lead at the top of the table. When we've seen second and third fall in the first round, it is an opportunity then for them to push on, and I'm sure that's what Ludger will be hoping for. What can they do as they begin on a score of 4 with an unchanged lineup of Maximilian Weishout and Zucchero HV, already clear in the first round, and already it's changing in the second round. Time allowed in this round, if it becomes relevant, is 77 seconds. Now, down to this line on the edge, a little crisscross over the water tray. 5 strides down to the double, upright in, upright out. You can see his total for this round is 4, but it's the team standings you need to keep an eye on. That's the team total across the 2 rounds. It's a score of 8 at the moment. Coming into the final line. Nice on the 8, just gets over what is a big wide final fence, and he keeps it to the 4. But of course it's 4 more than they started with, and despite jumping a brilliant clear in the first round, it ends on 4 for this round. What they ideally needed, as will be the same for all those teams that finish this round, or finish the first round on a score of 4. Oh my gosh, we didn't even have a stirrup at that stage. We'll let them off that one going down. Frustrating as it may be, when you've only got 1 pedal. Great to see the great man here. Well, all the teams on 4 ideally needed a clear to put a bit of pressure on the teams still to come, but now Marco Kutscher, Piquet Lemar, NRW, the 11-year-old gelding by Los Angeles. He's been producing clears. He did so with the 4 clears to help the wins in Paris and Monaco. Part of that great winning streak this season. And then came the 4 penalties in the first round in London, another 4 in the second round. Hard to get a complete read after the first 2 have gone, but how is this course going to balance out its faults? Clears were there in the first round. If they're not there in this round, there could be an awful lot of ups and downs on that leaderboard. Coming to the last for Marco, 4 apiece in each of the rounds to finish things off in London. For Risenbeck International, powered by Horse Gym. Piquet Lemar adds another 4. Reasonable time. 68.18 is his own time. So it is a final team score of 12 across the 2 rounds. That is the post box. That is the fence that went down in this round. He does it. Final time of 137.98. There's a big difference between winning and finishing 10th in terms of points. Can create up to a swing of about 15-16 points, so they'll be hoping that they don't end up at the bottom of the 10 here this evening if anything can go their way, they'll be grateful. But now the turn of Valkenswaard United, starting here in 9th position overall. We should remember as well, in Basel, it was, sorry, in Riesenbeck, it was Basel that started the second round in 9th and climbed all the way up to win. So don't rule out Valkenswaard United. And of course, they're the defending series and 3-time series champions. And they start with a change at the top. Sandra Afaf coming in with Conquador OLD, the all-round equestrian who is, of course, a multiple medal winner in the world of eventing and now so focused on the world of jumping. This team starting the round in 9th, bringing Sandra in as Lorenzo stepped out of the team in the mid-season transfer window. This 11-year-old by Comme il faut has one down. Valkenswaard go to 8, and that's now 12. Gets underneath it. Now the changes begin to happen, and Valkenswaard move up one. Well, I should say Riesenbeck move up one. Valkenswaard move down one. I apologise. Still just that one podium coming back in the opening leg of the season in Miami for last year's series champions. That day it was second. Today they're already dropped in to second out of the 2 that are gone, and they've still got another rider to come. Difficult start for her first team outing there for Sandra and Conquador OLD. But she's a great jockey and she's got some amazing horses, so you can certainly see when you're looking at potential and possibilities, what is still a season that includes 5 more rounds and the final after this. Edwina, though, disappointed as she watches on. Edwina Tops-Alexander there, who did jumper clear with Caitlin in the opening round. And again, it's a case of the teams that start this round on 4. Whoever ends up on top of those teams is going to be the team to put those clears under the pressure going forward. Gilles Thomas now, the defending LGCT series winner from last year, and what a role he played on the team for Valkenswaard last year. Had 4 with Luna in the first round. He's changed horses. He's brought his 9-year-old stallion by Comme il faut into play. This is an Essling van Roosacker. A little bit less experience, but one that he's got a lot of faith and trust in. And of course, this course, just that fraction smaller at 155. It's still a big test, but the previous track was 160. Coming home. Beautiful finish, and what a brilliant horse that is. Impressive round, and I'm sure that's a combination we'll see trusted again as he anchors in the team with a clear. And after Sandra's difficult score, Gilles Thomas stabilising things there for Valkenswaard United, and in the end, yes, they've fallen behind Riesenbeck, but only by 1 fence. Limiting the damage with that clear round. 68.25 means that the final team time is 138.18, which actually is slower than Riesenbeck as well, but only just. Pretty even. It's less than a couple of tenths between them. And we've seen tenths of a second make big differences over the course of this season. In fact, if you go back to Monaco earlier this year, when Riesenbeck came out on top, the next team to go finished in second, only 0.6 seconds behind them that day. They're also the Miami winners from the opening leg of the season. It's now time for Madrid in motion. So again, on this score of 4, big players, they've stuck with their 2 team riders from the opening round. One staying with the same ride. That's this man, Michael van der Vleuten, the other changing horses. But we stick with Jester, who jumped the clear in the first round for the Dutch star. And it's a big opportunity today, sitting in 7th overall, which means of the teams in this second round, they're the 3rd highest place team starting round 2 in London. Jester, the 12-year-old stallion by Cardente. Michael, who of course helped the team in that opening leg with his clean sheet in Miami to help push Madrid to the top of the podium that day. He's got one more to go and it'll be a clean sheet in London, and that it is. Superb, clear in both. Sticks with Jester, and Jester delivers. Michael van der Vleuten does, as Madrid in Motion certainly start strong in this second round. Now, can they follow it up? But it's the perfect start from Michael. His time as well, 70.42. So, I mean, the time allowed's not causing any sort of issues in this round. They're way inside it. All of them are anywhere between 7 and 9 seconds. But you still need to consider the time when it comes to balancing out the order. Madrid in Motion now look to Victor Bettendorf. Now, he was, of course, part of that winning performance in Miami. Himself the winner of the Super Grand Prix last year, 2 years ago, as well as the Rome round that year. But he's changed horses for this round. Now with Encore Tour de Lyon, 12-year-old Canan mare. Oh dear, he was just that little bit too far forward, and I think those watching on it, always impresses with me the fact that Victor is somebody that will always, doesn't matter which of his horses he's riding, meet a fence on a forward stride. He rarely is sitting back and waiting. And it means he can be super quick against the clock. But it's an expensive round suddenly, because that in this round is a total of 8, and with 4 from the opening round, it means that Madrid finish this on a total of 12. But, and there is always a but, 136.55 versus 137.98. So Madrid stay in front of Risenbeck, and it means they'll be able, whatever happens, even by a small amount, be able to cut into the lead of the league leaders come the end of today. But still, we haven't found a team out of the opening 3 that's managed to finish on the score they started with. There's still 2 more to come forward on a score of 4. There's your total for Madrid in Motion, 12 in 136.55. It's the best of the 3 finishers so far. But now to the Prague Lions. Second highest placing of the teams on the overall standings. They sit in 4th at the start of today. The Prague Lions powered by the Czech equestrian team. And again, riders remain the same, but the Madrid winners have changed horses. That's bringing out now Niels Brunsels here with Corabilis van het Lindenhof Z. They're only 27 points off the lead. Not only have they won Madrid, they've also been on the podium in Cannes and Saint-Tropez. Again, they find their way to a fence, and it's a course that you can't really say is one particular part. Juliana's creating the same problems all over, and suddenly already Prague drop onto a total of 12, and it's going to be a very delicate final few fences, but that not delicate enough. And it means that Prague are not going to cut into Risenbeck's lead at the top. They'll certainly be able to cut into Istanbul and Basel, who didn't get through, but they won't be able to close the gap on the league leaders. The team in fourth, starting with their first rider in the second round, on a total of 12 for Niels Brunsils with Kotabilius, now putting a lot of pressure on Peter de Vos with his second ride. Started strongly and then started to fall away. It's a disappointment with the 12-year-old mare by Crown Z. Now we look to Peter de Vos and his second ride. So we get a little look at the replay there. Flips the plank over. You can see he's disappointed as well. But this is my favourite chestnut mare, one of my favourite chestnut mares. This is Jarina J, the 12-year-old by Cicero Z Vampamel. Peter already delivered a clear under pressure with Primo DV to help Prague through. Now with Jarina J, can he keep them where they currently sit? They don't want to give away any more, and if a time is good, they can keep themselves ahead of Volkensvaart, perhaps. No. So the Prague Lions leaving Madrid on top. Risenbeck in second and Volkensvaart in third. It's such a shame. It's that goes, and 20 becomes the score for Peter de Vos and Jarina J. The implications within the overall standings, if anything, that I guess will benefit Basel, Istanbul, Cannes and Monaco, who are the four teams around them that haven't got through to this second round, but it's limiting the points damage. So down into fourth position with 6 more teams still to go, although Madrid in Motion, the team that sits 7th in the overall standings, have currently moved their way up one now, because having started this round in 8th, they are guaranteed a top 7 finish as they still lead the way. Well, walking over towards the Kiss and Cry, stepping up there was Dennis Lynch, which means as the music rings out, it's the New York Empire powered by Lugano. And they have made one change. Dennis Lynch and Cordial delivered the clear in the opening round. There he is. Watching on with interest now as they bring in their new team signing from the transfer window. Mark Macaulay starting here with Cluny van Spolbeek Z, the 9-year-old by Comifilio Plus. And this team who start the day in 8th position overall, having had that one win this year in Cannes. Big moment for Mark. Try and make a big impression for the team on his debut. The Empire, can they be the only team that starts this round on 4 to finish it on 4? Comes into this line. 7, 5 strides down to the double. Very carefully comes out over the plank. Now turns back. fencers, 3 jumping efforts left. Gets away with a little rub. Now 1 left. On debut, it is a clear, brilliant news for New York Empire, powered by Lugano, as their score stays where it stands, as that is a brilliant round from Mark McCauley. And Clooney van Spoelbygzet is 9-year-old going clear for the Empire. So, halfway there. Can they be the only team to start on 4 in round 2 that finishes on 4? Because if they are the team that will be putting all the pressure on those 5 teams that'll come after the break. But they need another big round from one of their biggest stars, and of course he was on the team, Scott Brash, alongside Dennis Lynch back in 2017, the first ever Global Champions League event to be held here in London, when he was part of the winning team that day. He was also part of the winning team for the New York Empire in Cannes, alongside Max Watchman. Now he's had a change of rides and he's brought out Folly. Hello, Folly. He's just got this most amazing way to jump for such a, is it right to say small mare? Small but mighty, mighty big when it comes to jumping. Look at that, up and over the top of the fences. He got a little unlucky with Jefferson. He was nearly over the fence that followed before the one had come down behind him. It was such a late falling pole. You can see he's completely in that zone, that focus. The Empire right in the middle of that tightly grouped bunch in the overall standings. Could be in for a big round and a big result here today. That is brilliant from Brash, as there we have it clear from both of the New York Empire's second round riders, powered by Lugano, powered by Mark McCauley and Scott Brash, with Clooney and Hello Folly. 3 clear rounds out of their 4 in this Global Champions League leg in London. And that is superb from Scott and Mark on his debut. It's all come together. Dennis looking on, he'd already done his part. And that is great news, because boy, have they just put the pressure on the teams that are yet to come. Their time as well is notable, because it's 149.27. The reason I say it's perhaps notable is because it's not the quickest of times, but they lead this on faults, and that always comes first. But 149.27 perhaps leaves the door for those that are still to come in terms of speed. But the New York Empire have certainly pushed their way to the top in terms of jumping. Guaranteed top 6. How much higher can they move? Madrid in Motion, who sit 1 place above them at the start of today, down into second on that 12 penalty score. And then you've got Risenbeck International, of course, the overall league leaders, currently sitting there in third. But there's still a lot of jumping to come here in this second round, with still 5 more teams yet to come forward. And we'll be seeing Saint-Tropez, Shanghai Swans, Doha Falcons, Mexico Amigos and the Riyadh Knights all left. And now, as the arena is maintained, we get to look at what we've already enjoyed. And that was such a superb start. The Empire's Mark McCauley is in, as of course team owner Georgina Bloomberg steps back from the riding roster for the second half of the season. And boy, what an impression he's made. There's still plenty of time for the Cannes winners to march up the standings, and they're certainly going to be in a good place with the points today. They're absolutely level in terms of points with Madrid at the start of today, both on a score of 128, both just 4 off Monaco, just 5 off Cannes. It's that tight in the middle group that clear rounds like we've just seen are going to have a big impression here in the 10th leg of the season. All looking to get into the top 4, obviously, because of the difference it makes when you get to the playoffs in Riyadh later this year. Well, having had one down on Jefferson, Folly wasn't going to touch a pole. She flew high, she flew mighty. Look at the absolute agility and ability that lovely, lovely ride of Scott's has. She is a huge jumper, and she's been having a cracking year. Scott, with the utmost trust and faith in her, in the way she just twists her body over each and every fence. It's so good to see. She loves what she does. Must be such a pleasure for Scott. And of course, he's delivered with that brilliant clear round to make sure they are the only team to start and finish round 2 on that score that they finished round 1 on. And now, as people drop fences in the final 5, the advantage will move their way. So there's your score, but as I say, the only interesting part to me is the time, 149.27. So if somebody does end up on a similar score, obviously if they're that little bit quicker, and when you look at the times below them, the other 4 teams were significantly faster. So how much of a difference does that make? Time has always played a role in these second rounds because it will ultimately make the difference to your final placing. As we look out over the River Thames, and of course here at the Royal Hospital Chelsea, the grounds of the home of the Chelsea pensioners, 3 centuries of history and a venue that has hosted us as the Global Champions League and Longines Global Champions Tour since 2017. And what an amazing venue it has become, a staple of the league each and every year, and what a big weekend of sport we can bring you. And of course, on Sunday, the Longines Global Champions Tour will have the biggest ever prize money in equestrian sport to be competed for in the United Kingdom ever. €1 million worth of prize money in that Grand Prix here in London on Sunday afternoon. The LGCT Grand Prix has the biggest prize fund ever in the UK. That is something not to be missed. That's one podium to think about on Sunday. There's lots of sport on the way through, of course, with all of tomorrow to enjoy. The Chelsea pensioners will be here every day. But today, who is going to fight their way to the top of the podium in this? We still then have these 5 teams left to go, of which 4 of them start on a 0 score. But the first we will see, who will begin this round in 5th place, will start on a single penalty, which obviously puts them out of kilter with those even scores of 4. So let's see what happens as we get set to get going with the deciding 5 teams here for the Global Champions League of London. The GCL of London down to 5 teams. The score to beat is a score of 4 in a time of 149.27. As the Saint-Tropez Pirates start with this 1 single penalty. The team that took the win in the 2nd leg of the season in Mexico. And remember, it can be won on a time penalty. Speak to Prague. They won Madrid with a single time penalty this year. The first to go, the lady that delivered such a brilliant clear, and she sticks with the same horse. This is clear round Il Mondo, and Nadia Peter-Steiner for the Saint-Tropez Pirates on this 1 penalty score. The 10-year-old by Comme il faut. Keeping a nice forward flow to this round. But by virtue of that time penalty, this will be the one team where time perhaps is, as long as they're inside the time allowed, isn't going to have a huge influence over where they finish. It's more going to be down to the jumping penalties at the end of this round. And that means New York move up into 5th place. Staying on top, the Empire here at the moment as the Pirates falter. It was always going to be the way. If one of those teams could have stuck to 4, which New York did, the others were always going to be at risk of falling behind them. And indeed it is just that one fence that goes down. It is a very good time at 72.12. Very, very good time at 72.12, but it isn't going to be what she was hoping for. Clear round in the first round, but it's 4 for clear round in the second round. Clear round Il Mondo there, and Nadia Peter-Steiner. The Swiss start for the Saint-Tropez Pirates Well, Giasadra was the team rider in the opening round, if you recall, with Dexter Ducker-Glenn. That combination picking up that single time penalty as she watches on the left of your screen there. She was only 0.02 of a second over the time allowed. Anyhow, they bring in this man, already a winner on the LGCT Grand Prix Tour this year with 3 podiums, including that win and a win in the individual class earlier. Piergiorgio Bucci, the Italian, he's been lighting up leaderboards pretty much everywhere he goes. Here with his 9-year-old Casilia DG. This mare by Casal. Beautifully controlled the way he just balanced the rhythm and pace towards that plank. Such tiny little moments and movements. Oh, he's just got away with the last as well. He has jumped the clear round despite giving that back rail a little bit of a rattle, and Casilia DG and Piergiorgio Bucci making sure they do what is needed for the Saint-Tropez Pirates and deliver that clear round, and it does ensure that the Pirates, for the moment at least, only drop down 1 position behind the New York Empire. They finish their 2 rounds in London on a team top 5, and that was a round of applause certainly well deserved and appreciated. So 5 is the score, 146.85 is the time. And there they are in 2nd place. It moves Madrid in Motion down into 3rd, and as I've said, the New York Empire maintain the lead with 4 teams to go. And now to the first of the teams starting on a 0 score. The advantage sits with these 4 teams. Christian Ullmann delivered a clear in the opening round as he watches now the Shanghai Swans, who are looking to defend the win from 12 months ago here in London. The Swans, who have won twice in London, 1 of 2 teams to have picked up that top step of the podium on 2 occasions. They did it the first time back in 2021 and again last year. And they start with Ben Mayer and Enjeu de Gaussienne. His 12-year-old, the gelding by Toulon, having jumped the clear on point break in the first round. Comes into this line that's proving to be pretty decisive with the plank coming out, and it was on the way in, and you could see he did check, he was trying to just control that rhythm, but it means now it's even Stevens, and it's not anymore. New York move up again and climb into a guaranteed top 4. The Empire edging towards a podium. Saint-Tropez stay where they are. Shanghai drop down. Disappointment from Ben. As a rider, he's got 3 wins in the GCL here in London. No other rider has achieved that previously, but he's not going to add the 4th in 2026. And the Swans are not going to be able to defend what they won here last year, but they can still hope for a decent helping of points on a score of 117 as a team. And sitting down in 12th position at the moment in that very tight group. I mean, they start the day only 11 points behind the Empire, who are up in 8th. So there's still a lot that can be gained in the overall standings if they can get a clear from their final rider, and it's going to be the turn of Max Kuhner. Max, he rode with Christian when the team won here back in 2021. He's It's going to anchor the team in here with EIC Quantum Robin the Fifth. This 13-year-old gelding by Cannonball, looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Leaping back. Final line, back in front of the Hospitality. Up and down, final fence. It is indeed a clear from Max, and it means that the Swans, well, they will serenely finish on a total score of 8 across the 2 rounds, and it puts them 3rd at the moment, and it guarantees them a top 6 finish. For the Shanghai Swans here this afternoon, which outside of their podium from Monaco will equal their best other result, which was in Madrid. So it's not been a bad day, but the team just been trying to find their way to picking up some bigger points. It certainly will be better than it had been in Risenbeck, but there's the final score, and total at the moment it's an 839 and 2/3. New York Empire powered by Lugano lead the way from the Tetra Pay Pirates, and Shanghai Swans in 3rd. Scores are 4, 5 and 8. With still 3 teams to go, and all 3 teams on a 0 score, as now to the team that sit 10th in the standings. It is Doha Falcons. They have remained unchanged from one round to the next. And after 2 brilliant clear rounds, why not? Sheikh Ali, Khalid Al-Thani, Marco Monet. The 10-year-old gelding by Marco. A rider that's been the mainstay of a team. They had 2nd in Cannes, 3rd last time out in Risenbeck. Unfortunately now having to look towards the clock in their battle, but not anymore. And now, wow, the Empire, New York, have moved their way up into a guaranteed podium here in London. Having started this 2nd round in 6th place, the consequences are clear. And the benefit of that clear from their 2 riders is that's paying bigger and bigger dividends. Sadly not to be. The Doha Falcons, there was still 1 rider to go, but Sheikh Ali, Khalid Al-Thani and Marco Monet there, picking up a total of 8 and moving the team score with it. And Tops watching on from the sideline, knowing there's still another rider to go, but this was the plank going down, just looking back and knowing what it meant. But now to Nathan Budd. Nathan sticking again with his 9-year-old stallion and adding to the score, sadly, for the Falcons. This Habini de Telma. Says it just demonstrates again how quickly things start to swing, and the absolute brilliance you need to win any individual leg on the GCL. Never mind to string it all together, which to win a championship. But it again shows the impressive nature of that string of 3 wins this season from Risenbeck, who I think will be feeling that the damage limitation of sitting in 5th place with 2 teams to go and guaranteed a top 7 position here for the team that started the day in the lead. And I get the feeling whatever happens, this class has got another twist in its tail yet. Sadly, from Nathan's point of view, he's coming to the last on a total of 16, and that pushes Doha from 3rd at the start of the round down into 8th with 2 teams left to go, and potentially 10th place come the end. Doha Falcons then on a final team total of 24 and 150.98. Frustrated, but there you go. Look, still a team of a bond. They'll be pleased with the way the first round won. They'll look at the tactics for the second round. Of course, sometimes it pays to your advantage to be able to change riders or change horses between rounds. Sometimes you feel good to go with what you've already got and decide to try and keep with that rhythm. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. On this occasion for Doha, it's gone the wrong way. But that means we're down to the final 2 teams to go. Both of which, if they can remain clear, will beat the New York Empire. Mark McCauley, though, knows that he's going to be needed for the podium here this afternoon. They're guaranteed a top 3. Now to the team that finished in 3rd place 12 months ago here in London, and were also 3rd in Saint-Tropez this year, but currently sitting down in 15th position in the overall standings, the Mexico Amigos. Again, it's Zoe and Carlos, but again they do change horses. After the clear with H5 Shakafani in the first round, now it's Louis L.N. Zoe Hampconter for the Mexico Amigos. Certainly gets so much height over those fences. This is such a pressurised moment here in London. Trying to keep Mexico in touch for the win here. 1 fence left, and then it's over to Carlos, because Zoe has indeed delivered an absolute cracker of a round. Well done. As the team from Mexico, the Mexico Amigos, have indeed halfway there. Well, the podium was theirs last year, as I said, but what a change to the season it would make to take a win now. And we'll be down in terms of positions on the table. The results have been picking up after that podium in Saint-Tropez, but they've certainly got the potential now for their biggest result of the year so far. A clear round here puts them in the lead and guarantees them a top 2 in London. Carlos Aguilera, his 9-year-old is H5 Diashango Blue PS. Just for a little bit of context as well, Zoe's time was 71.35. Was quicker than both Mark and Scott, so if it does go to the clock, I said at the beginning, I do think that the New York Empire are going to be vulnerable. And that's gone. It does come down to the clock, but I maintain, I believe Mexico have got quite an advantage when it comes to time. This has been a good solid round in terms of pace from Carlos. The important part is leaving the fences standing and down this final line to put Mexico in the lead. Maybe little tap, 1 to go. They've got plenty of time. And the Amigos, indeed, Mexico, jump to the top in London. And they guarantee themselves a top 2 finish after the podium and 3rd last year. They are certainly 1 step, perhaps even 2 steps higher this year, as Carlos Ancarero delivers his round. And the double clear, of course, from Zoe Conter means it is the Mexico Amigos that are in charge. The lowest ranked team in the current overall standings lead the way with 1 team left to go to decide who's going to stand on top of the podium in London. Great effort from them both. Eduardo keeping a watch there. Eduardo Pierre Domenech, of course, part of the team as well. Good enough to lead. Is it good enough to win? The Mexico Amigos have done what they can. But it does, of course, allow the Riyadh Knights the comfort of a fence in one respect, but not really, because they'll need to be quicker if they have 1 down. This is what it comes down to then. Riyadh Knights just 1 place up in the standings in 14th, a brand new team this year. Oof, getting awfully tight over to the left-hand side there, Manuel Eguaniano, making me get a little concerned. I think the crowd as well. This is Esteban de Hus. Same riders, different horses for this round. Really pushing what he needs to on those turns. Gets out over the double. The Riyadh Knights. And it's gone. Now it is down to the clock, and he's got to keep it clear. Otherwise, it is going to be Mexico that take to the top step in London. Brilliant round to save it, but just the 4. 71.19. He's given them a chance still, even on a score of 4. 71.19 for Manuel Eguaniano is fractionally faster than the fastest time from the 2 riders in the Mexican Amigos team. Zoe's time was 71.35. Hank's time was 72.80. So it really is down to what this last combination can do. Not only have they got to make sure they are clear, but they have also got to be quick. Here we go. It comes down to this. She's just been brought into the team in the transfer window. She started with a clear, and now she's jumping to try and win in London. Good and Petit, Seacoast, Chica, VVZ. But it has to be clear. And it has to be quicker than 72.95. Needs to be so careful. Just gets in, just gets over. This fence has caught out plenty. And it's done it again, and it's made the difference, and Mexico will win in London. Oh, what a shame for the Knights. Riyadh dropping onto a total of 12. It's been an excellent effort from these 2. They together secure 7th place for the Riyadh Knights, but there are the high fives, the hugs and the wins. The winning team here in the Global Champions League in London. It has gone to the Mexico Amigos. Congratulations to both of them. Brilliant effort, and certainly kept it tense and alive all the way through to that final round. The Riyadh Knights unable to replicate the podium from Paris as they drop down the order in this final round on that total of 12. They finished though ahead of Volkansvar, Prague and Doha to pick up what is in the end 7th place, and that was the moment she realized that they have indeed done it. Something rather special about the Amigos, the Mexico Amigos, competing in London. Third last year. Their best result this year had been that third place back in Saint-Tropez. Not anymore. The team that sat down in 15th place at the start of today are on the move. The Mexico Amigos have begun their climb, and they still, of course, have 5 more rounds to go this season on the Global Champions League. Risenbeck International, who in the end will take 6th today, will stay at the top. Let's confirm that final result and say well done again to the Mexico Amigos winners, ahead of a brilliant performance from second place's New York Empire, powered by Lugano, have risen from 6th up into second place come the end of that. And the Saint-Tropez Pirates as well have made their own climb and pushed their way from 5th in the first round up to the podium in this round on that score of 5. Shanghai Swans in the end take 4th ahead of Madrid Emotion. Risenbeck International limiting a little bit of the damage overall with 6th place. Riyadh Knights in the end in 7th ahead of Volkenswagen Prague and Doha. And of course the others from 11th down based on their performances in the opening round. But we know there have been some high flyers that didn't get through. And again, I think what today's result ultimately will have done is compressed the table again a little more. There'll be movers, there'll be shakers. Risenbeck will stay where they stood, but there isn't any doubt about it. Things are going to get tighter, and all it does is bode well for Volkenswaard in a few weeks' time, and then Vienna, Rome, Cairo, and Rabat. I have a funny feeling it's going to go all the way to the finish here, this season once again. Risenbeck have shown that they've got strength in depth, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to come out on top on every occasion. And I think it's one of those seasons. I mean, we've now had, what, 10 rounds, and 8 different teams have come out winners out of the 17 teams in the league. So that shows just how close things are this year. But it's just been such an amazing day. The Mexico Amigos managed to keep themselves in front. They had the time in hand, and even with that one fence down from Carlos in the second round, they managed to push them away over the line. And it's even happier memories after the third place last year, and Zoe, of course, back on the podium, but for the first time now heading up to that top step of the podium alongside Carlos, which is great for them both. And hopefully in a moment, of course, we're going to catch up with them as well, because they're down at the warm-up arena, which means we are going to be in a position to listen to what our winners have got to say. The Mexico Amigos.
Well, what a fantastic win for the Mexico Amigos. Zoe, I want to start with you. A double clear for yourself. Just tell us about your rounds.
Well, I was super happy with both of my horses today. They really jumped their hearts out. We love it here in London, and yeah, my horses were just in great shape. The first round was actually a very nice round. I was really happy with my mare Chacofani. She really jumped her heart out. And then Louis, he just delivered. He's delivered already in Saint-Tropez also for the Mexico Amigos. We had to jump a clear round in the second round, and he did just that, just like today. So I'm just thrilled for the team.
Of course, you're a team together today, but you're a team together in life as well. Zoe, what were your thoughts when Carlos had one down then?
I won't tell you my thoughts. No, I'm kidding. No, his round was really, really good. Both of his horses jumped amazing today, and I mean, he really fought for it until the end. A rail is so quickly made; it can happen at any time. But yeah, he still fought for it until the end, and it worked out for both of us, and we're super happy about it.
Carlos, how much pressure was on your shoulders this evening? Because a lot of the teams were on 0 or just 4 penalties.
Yeah, for sure the pressure was on. We were second last to go, so it's always a little bit of added pressure when you go second as well. Zoe likes to go first, so she left that to me today. But I was riding a little bit of a greener horse in the second round, but he's a really special talent, so I trust him quite a bit. And I knew if I did my job, he would do his. We had an unlucky fault there. I think it's a little bit getting to know each other at this level. It's only his second round at this height, but I'm really happy with both of them.
And how special is it to be on the podium, not only for the team, but with your lovely wife alongside of you?
Yeah, this is actually my first podium. In Saint-Tropez, I only rode the first round, so I was left out for the second round. So really special, especially to be at the top of the podium, and extra special to be with my wife here as a team in the ring as well as outside. So very happy.
Huge congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, your GCL winners of London. Mexico amigos.
Thank you.
Party night for the Amigos, I am sure, and of course great to see them both performing brilliantly today. The husband and wife team, the duo of Zoe Hank-Conter and Carlos Hank-Guerrero. What a lovely round that was on Louis LN to back up what she'd already done on H5. Jacopini in the opening round, making sure she delivered 2 perfect rounds in the GCL here in London. Certainly does enjoy coming to the Royal Hospital, Chelsea. The horses just seem to really go well every time she steps into this arena. She's been having a great season across the board, and brilliant news that he'll share the podium and the top step with her as well. Congratulations, Carlos. Even with one down between the two of them, they were quick enough to keep themselves ahead of that fine performance from the New York Empire, powered by Lugano. They managed to stay where they started, move up the order, but they couldn't quite move all the way to the top and have ended up in second place, been beaten on the clock on the same score as Mexico. But in the end, Carlos with H5, Diashango Blue PS, and with his opening round H5 Ogari Horta, has helped the team to the top. Let's have a little look at how things have moved and where things stand. It really has tightened everything up because of the way it stands today. The Risenbeck International team, though, continue to stretch out in front, and Basel have, despite not picking up the biggest points today, stayed in second. But look at it behind them, all the way down. It has just got so much tighter, but there's today's winners. They're on the move. They started the day in 15th. They're up to 135 points, just behind the Swans. There are many a mover, and it is as tight as I can remember it, from second all the way down to 14th position at the moment. That overall league standing is as close as I've seen it, and I don't think that's going to change all the way through to the final. Whether Risenbeck can keep pushing their way further forward and edging towards the championship again, well, you're going to have to tune in to find out. But in a moment, we're going to enjoy the podium celebrations here with Mexico, New York and Saint-Tropez, the podium for London this year. And of course, that points table will be something to analyse and look at as we move on to Risenbeck for the next leg. On to Risenbeck? Sorry, we've been to Risenbeck. We'll move to Valkenswaard. It's been a day. Valkenswaard next. We're off to the Netherlands before Vienna, Rome, Cairo and Rabat in Morocco. What a beautiful setting it is. Great to see these gentlemen with us, and we do stand and salute them. They are welcoming us each and every year to their own private grounds here at the Royal Hospital, Chelsea. The Chelsea pensioners who have all, in turn, served their country. And this is a nation that is exceptionally proud of all of its men and service women, both serving and retired. And it is just always such an honour that they join us at these special moments in those famous red tunics that have walked the halls of the hospital behind for 3 centuries. Our presentation party begin to make their way over as well for the presentation of awards. Jan Tops, David Richmond and Dennis Monticolo, who will in a moment come forth and say well done to our top 3 teams in the GCL London 2026. Time to welcome the teams. Jan Tops, of course, president and founder of the Global Champions League. David Richmond in the middle, the CBE, Chief Executive Officer of the Royal Hospital Chelsea, and then Dennis Monticolo, GCL Commercial Director. There are many amazing venues and sites that the GCL has as a backdrop as it tours the globe, and perhaps because it's London, I'm biased, but this is one, if not my fave. Here they come. It is presentation time for the GCL, the Global Champions League. Round 10 has gone the way of the Mexico Amigos. Well done to Zoe Hank-Conter and Carlos Hank-Guerrero. They played their hand perfectly today. Brilliant effort from the team in second, of course, the New York Empire, powered by Lugano, and there the Saint-Tropez Pirates of Pier Giorgio Bucci, Nadia Peter-Steiner, who come home in third. Our congratulations as well goes to all of the grooms as they come out to join us. The absolute key to any top-class horse and rider combination is the groom, the man or woman that works alongside them. To them here and everywhere, thank you. Well, this audience have been treated to an absolute cracker of a GCL this year, with the Amigos in the end winning it, but of course it went down all the way to that final round from Good and Petit before we knew which direction it would be eventually settled. But we now do indeed move towards the podium. I'm sure I'll be corrected for saying this, or I'll ask the question, but this surely therefore would be the first time that a husband and wife have stood on the top step of a GCL podium. You can light up my messages if in a moment I'm wrong. What a great day. Brilliant start to the week. There's a lot of big classes, a lot of important jumping to come, including that €1 million LGCT Grand Prix, the biggest prize fund ever in Great Britain to compete for on Sunday, and they'll all be part of it. But well done to these two as they step forward in third place here today, joining the podium. The winners originally, of course, at the start of the year in Miami. It is Madrid in motion. Sorry, I start that again. It isn't Madrid in motion. It's the Saint-Tropez Pirates, I apologise. Winners in Mexico. And Nadia Peter-Steiner and Pier Giorgio Bucci. Well done to you two. Finishing in third, of course, Jan Sadra was part of the team in the opening round. Well done to the Saint-Tropez Pirates. Well done to our team in second place. Congratulations, the New York Empire, powered by Lugano, Mark McCauley and Scott Brash, but none could overcome the abilities of these two. And the Mexico Amigos stepping up to the top. To Zoe Hank-Conter and Carlos Hank-Guerrero. It is time for the presentation to the team in third. Saint-Tropez Pirates, well done Nadia, well done Pier Giorgio. That presentation is made by Dennis Monticolo, the GCL Commercial Director. We come now to the presentation in second place. Of course, a performance in the opening round helped them there. That was from Dennis Lynch and Cordial, but it was the performances in the second round from Mark McCauley on debut for the team, and of course Scott Brash doing what he does so well with Hello Folly. In second, the New York Empire, powered by Lugano, receiving their award from David Richmond CBE, Chief Executive Officer of the Royal Hospital, Chelsea. But now, Jan Tops, the president and founder of the Global Champions League, gets to say well done to the happy couple stood on top. The H5 team, it is, as we know, the Mexico Amigos that have found their way to the very top of the podium here in London. Congratulations to them all. What an amazing sight and achievement. What a great competition that was. It was tense enough in the first round, and then it just got more and more tense in the second round. It always does in the GCL. What a season we are having. 8 teams so far have found their way to the top step of the podium, but London, it is all about that team. Well done to Mexico Amigos. Champagne is so difficult to get out of your clothes, but I don't think they'll care. The smiles say it all. The trophy is theirs. and that is the win in London. Champagne time. Let it spray. Well done to Scott and to Mark and the New York Empire. They know what it's like. They have had a win this year. With that result that came their way in Cannes, they'll be, I'm pretty sure, delighted with second place today as it pushes their score up that much closer to those above them. And of course, as well, to the Saint-Tropez Pirates of Nadia, Peter and Pier Giorgio Bucci there, who ended up finishing on a total of 5 and picking up their podium position. It was quite some setting and quite some footprint. This show just slots into each and every year. Of course, a site that is famed for one of the world's greatest, if not the world's greatest, flower show that happens each and every year. The flowers, well, they've not been growing so well this summer with all the sunshine, but we don't need to worry about that when it comes to the world's best show jumpers, because with this setup, this performance, this show, each and every year, bringing out the very biggest names in equestrian sport. On Sunday, they compete for the biggest prize fund in UK history in equestrian sport with that €1 million LGCT Grand Prix. But when it came to the GCL, when it came to leg 10, nothing could stop the husband and wife duo of Zoe Hank-Conter and Carlos Hank Guerrero. Today is all about these two. Congratulations again to the Mexico amigos. From me, Gareth Jenkins, until tomorrow, I'll say farewell and thank you for joining us here in London 2026. Catch up tomorrow. Bye.
Valkenswaard, the spiritual home of the global elite. Pure horsepower, high energy, one world-class arena, one ruthless battle.
Here he comes, the last fence, pops it, wow!
The championship returns home, September 4th to 6th. Be there.